You've got to look into this. It's fantastic. It's like the moon landings, another
It's not all on the
revelation,
wing.
folks.
Ian. Not all of that is on the wing, I don't think.
Yeah, that's
Thumbs in the
that's what
tail.
they said. That's what
Thumbs
they
in the
said.
tail. I found a
Yes,
schematic.
yes,
here.
they
Right,
spread it around,
yeah.
but they specifically said that the wings, the content of the wings would equivalent to 12 double-decker buses being on those wings. Okay?
Sure.
On
Yeah,
each
I mean,
wing.
that wouldn't surprise me. What all I would think is you
What?
have very few things in the world around us that would be required to withstand more force across less surface area than an aircraft wing, specifically of an A380. Like,
But yeah, but the
there
thing
are
is, we're
very
talking
few
about
things that,
I mean,
that
that-
have
how
such
many
a narrow
double-decker
connection
buses?
point.
12.
So it's
12.
what you'd be across both
surprises
wings.
me.
You're talking over 300,000 liters of jet fuel.
What's your point?
The wings need to hold the body up in flight, right?
We're talking about on
Correct.
the ground, not taking off yet.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
The
yeah.
taking
wings don't
We'll
look
off
that
get-
yet.
we'll get
strong,
there,
to
Jim.
be honest.
The
Just on the ground.
wings need to hold the body off the ground, right? So on the ground, the body supports the wings. In the air, the wings support the body.
No, that's impossible. That's impossible because
That's impossible.
extends
Okay,
it,
right.
the way the wing extends out,
News to me.
it's only a counter lever holding the wings in place here.
You guys are talking about the same
Can I just
fucking-
finish? Fuck's sake. If you place
Jesus Christ.
12
He
double-decker
disagrees
buses,
with himself.
you're not listening, you cunt. If you place 12 double-decker buses on a wing, you're going to see the wing drop down at least. The wing should flex, should it not? Should it not, folks?
It does. Yeah, it does. You can film it. You can watch
But
it.
it doesn't.
flexes,
When
it
they
bends weight.
overlap,
Doesn't.
listen.
Okay, well, we meant to be
Listen,
listening to
when
one. Is this
they
us listening to one
overlap-
another, Jen? I'm excited.
Yeah,
I'm
but
excited with
hang
how
on a
good you
second.
are at listening
Hang
to
on
me
a
when
second.
I speak.
Writing. He's up
When
on
they
that side
overlap,
comments.
hang on. When
I mean,
they
he interrupts
overlap-
me to call me a cunt for not listening to him, and
You-
I'm the one
you
making
called me-
snide comments?
You
told me
have
as
been
well.
making
Step
snide
outside.
comments.
Of course
Right,
I have.
now,
It's
as I
Jen.
was
You
saying,
can't
what
get a
they
word
did
in
was-
edgeways, so you just get it underneath
Yeah,
him.
when I'm finished, you
Because
can
he's a
get your
confused
word in.
old man.
Hang on a second.
Jin is always
Now,
right.
when they overlap the aircraft, when it was filled up with the wings all filled up, and an aircraft that was not filled, empty, and they overlapped the images, the wing spans were exactly the same. There was no degree of flex. You may now talk riding on eggshells.
Two photos next to each other, and he could tell that they wasn't flexing.
You have
I
permission.
mean,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can
yeah.
watch them. I've flown on a chunk of A380s. I've filmed one out the window, but I can't be fucked finding the video right now. From when it lands to when the plane stops, the wingtips go from bent up to bent down.
That's
They
normal.
they
I've seen
bend
that
an
myself.
extraordinary amount.
Yeah, you're misrepresenting what I'm saying to you. I'm saying to you.
I'm not saying what you're saying,
You
so
are
I'm not
misrepresenting
representing
what
it,
I'm trying
let
to say
alone
to you.
misrepresenting it. You
You're
confused
misrepresenting
old
what I'm
crazy
telling you.
barking
I
dog.
will say it again, you wanker. I'll say it again because nothing but blood is coming out of your cunt at the moment. So go and get a tampon. But anyway, look, when you
Weird
You guys got it.
shade
When-
to be throwing.
actually look at the wing span, when it's loaded, there should have been some flex if there is indeed 260,000 liters in the wings
Okay.
and in the rest of the aircraft, right?
Here we go.
But it's,
His wingtips
No,
as they
I'm
land,
gonna
they're
get
bent
there.
up.
I'm nearly
I'll
there
share
now.
my
I'm
screen
nearly
for
there.
anybody who's
You're interrupting.
not
You're
wanting to watch
interrupting, and
that.
I'm nearly
You
there.
watch these
I'm
fuckers
nearly
as they
there.
land and they
I'm
bend all
nearly
the way
there.
down. I haven't even seen the
You-
video,
you
but I can
talk the
guarantee this
longest.
happens because I watched it
You
with my
talk
own
the
eyes.
longest. I can guarantee that you just talk shit. Allow me to finish.
Here we
I'll
go.
be
Here we
10
go. Here we go.
more
Watch
seconds.
this. Watch this.
10 more seconds.
We're going from here.
10
We're about
more
to touch
seconds.
down.
When you're
Wingtips
ready,
bent up.
10 more seconds. When you're ready, 10 more seconds. Because you
Jen,
just
I'm
said-
listening.
Let me
I'm
watch
listening to you,
Right.
Jen.
Yeah, I know, but
I'm
the
listening.
idiot
Go ahead,
Whiting
Shores.
is a wanker. But anyway, as I was saying, yeah, once the aircraft is fully loaded with the fuel, there should be some flex in the wings, okay? And what they did was they took an aircraft
Ooh, halfway
that wasn't
down.
fueled,
I bent a long way
aircraft,
down. Now the brakes
empty
are on.
aircraft. I will finish what I'm saying. An empty aircraft, okay, and they overlaid the photograph over the aircraft that was filled, and the wings were exactly in the same position. No flex at all.
Here's
What-
the wing
what-
flex. Here's a wing flex of an A380
Jen.
in flight versus landed. Does it look to anybody else
Wait,
like there's a
you're
little bit
still
of? Could we call
misrepresenting
it?
what I'm
Could we
saying.
call it?
Hold up.
Could we
hold up,
perhaps
Jay.
I
call
saw
That's what I'm
curvature.
saying.
Could we see some curvature in that
You are
wing?
misrepresenting
A little
what
bit
I'm
of
saying.
bendy,
Okay,
bendy,
show me.
wingy, wingy.
Jim, were you talking about a past?
I see
Were you
curve. I
talking
see
about
the
a past
wing flexing.
mistake by
Well,
It
show
chance?
does
me
look a bit
takeoff.
flexed, doesn't it, Funk?
Yes, it looks
Well,
like.
Riding, I'm
It
watching
kinda looks a little bit
stream. Show me
flexed,
the
bro.
before and after.
Yeah, it looks like it's
I've,
flexing.
the
are
before and afters in the
misrepresenting
chat.
what
You can
I'm
also
saying.
watch that video. I mean, I can play
Yeah.
the video again.
You
But,
are
like, the main bit is
misrepresenting what I
there,
am saying.
most bent
Oh,
up.
there you
There.
go. I guess you
Bent up,
figured
and
it
then it's
out.
not
Yep.
bent up.
See,
You
this is the
you
most
figured
extreme
it
reason
out.
to
Represent-
because
There
those
you
wingtips,
go.
those wingtips bend up
what I'm saying.
extremely, and
Yeah.
then like that's pretty bent up,
What I'm
Skip to the
saying.
end.
And you also need to consider that
and
when
then
they
that
fill
looks
up the
particularly
fuel,
bent down.
they fill up
Yeah.
a majority fill up in the part which is closest to the body, and that's where most of the fuel is.
Yeah,
There's
And-
just a
and-
tiny amount in the tip.
You are
and a
still
crucial bit to add is
misrepresenting
if they
what
are
I'm
carrying
saying.
too much fuel, they have to dump that fuel before they land. They cannot land too heavy. Pilots have told
Got
me this.
nothing to-
So they
it's got
sometimes
nothing
either
to do
fly
with what
around in
I'm
circles
saying.
or worse, vent fuel. They just dump the fuel out up. So that isn't. So to go to what Jin's saying,
totally
that is an
nonsensical.
empty wing. That is a wing with no fuel in it. Bending.
Totally sequitur comments
Does it
you're
count
making.
as
You're
venting
misrepresenting
fuel
what we're saying.
when it's a liquid?
We're saying that
I'm not
this.
sure. Venting is the word I gave up. With dumping is probably
Yeah,
the
that's
word they
dumping
might
and
use.
venting the fuel. Yeah.
Yeah,
Look,
burn it
listen, guys. We're in the
Burn or
weeds.
dump,
here.
is that what they call it? That sounds good.
Listen,
Percentage
they
sounds
dump
like he
the
knows
fuel.
things, whereas
I will
Jin,
get it out.
not so
I
much.
will get it out. I will get this out. Guys, you're misrepresenting what I'm saying. I'm saying to you
Said it doesn't
if
bend, didn't you?
Hold up,
you're
Jen, go
still
ahead.
talking. Yeah, right. Basically, if the fuel is indeed in the wings weighing the weight of 12 double-decker buses, can you imagine 12 double-decker buses on an A bus 380?
Yeah, we just did.
Do you
We
think?
just did
hang
it.
on a
Yeah.
second. Who's
It works
It
interrupting?
fine.
works perfect fine.
You're
And
interrupting.
most of that weight is
Honestly,
Can I
closer
not
to the
get to
body,
the
not
end
in
of
the
my
chip.
question? Let me
Let
get
him
to the end of the
finish his
question.
fucking point. Jesus
Yeah, let me
I
Christ.
feel
get
like
to
the
the end
joints
of the question,
from the
right?
wing
And
to the
that is
body
this.
would need to be
Right
super
about us
reinforced.
doing the question.
Absolutely. I mean, they'd need to be anyway, right? Like,
Right,
what does an
right.
A380 hold in terms of passengers?
Why don't you just shut
We're
the
talking
fuck
about the
up and
fuel here.
listen to him talk for a second?
Passenger
Yeah.
capacity. So you're talking about 868 passengers plus crew. 868. I believe what they do for the average number of passengers is they weigh it out at 80 kilos, whereas I'm well over that. So we'll go times 80, and that is 69,000 kilos just in terms of passengers. Add to that metal of the body, add to that luggage, add to that underbody storage where it's not even luggage, it's like freight that they're shipping. I reckon you'd be well over the weight of the wings, the weight of the body. So if one can support
No,
the
it's
other,
not about the weight of the body that
No,
they're riding. It's
exactly.
about the weight of like the strength of the joint.
sure, yeah, that needs to be super strong. But my point is, if the wings are super heavy when it's landed, then the body's super heavy when it's flying, because when it's landed, the wings are supported by the body, because in the A380, all of the landing gear are under the main fuselage of the aircraft. But in the air, all of the fuselage is supported by the wings. So the joints need to be strong either way.
Now, gentlemen, there's another thing that's been missing that
Yeah.
I didn't put in there. Sorry.
I think the weight of
that
the body is
engines,
inconsequential.
the engines,
And it's also
percentage. Can you not hear me?
creating
Can no one
lift
hear me?
itself.
Can nobody hear me?
They
The
might have
wings
muted
create
you.
lift
I hear you.
itself.
We hear you. We're just not that interested.
Guys, this
Yeah.
is
I just
childish.
wanna say
Let
something.
Jin,
Hold up.
let
Okay,
Jin talk.
let's
He's
give
probably
Jin,
smarter
like a
than
minute
half
to
the
get-
people
Yeah,
in this
get your
room.
shit out.
Let
Just
let
vent.
the man
And
fucking
then Funk can
talk.
respond
Jesus
if he so chooses
Christ.
afterwards. Go ahead, Jin.
Right, here we go. The engines are using 1 liter a second. 1 liter a second. Flight duration, they said, was 13 hours. Okay? So we got 260,000 liters supposedly in this aircraft. Okay? And I'm telling you now, if the wings were loaded with such level of fuel across the aircraft, but in the wings particular, they can't hold that much fuel. That's the point I'm making. And if they were, the wings would definitely flex. That's what the video is purporting. It's saying. And then
Yeah, but
they
it's
did
flexing,
this.
so
Why are you interrupting?
you're just wrong.
When they
in the-
actually loaded, shut your fucking mouth. Put a fucking tamp on it. Right now, when they actually filled up the aircraft, they said they overlaid an empty aircraft to the one that was filled up. And we think there should be some flex, but there wasn't any flex at all. So they're making us think: is there any fuel in there? Really?
Percentage?
Is there
Does it
that
look
much
like those
fuel?
wings are flexed to you?
Not
Well,
on the
I'm
ground. On
downloading
the ground.
videos.
Yeah, look on the
So
ground.
they are
Pictures
flexed.
are in the chat.
They are
Which
straight
wings
in the air,
riding?
and then they are flexed when they
I've
land.
put two pictures in the chat at 44 minutes past the hour.
Yeah. Percentage.
Yeah.
They empty wings too. They're like
percentage.
at more than as
Jen.
generous as you can possibly get.
This guy is
Jen.
totally
1 second, Jen.
misunderstanding what we're saying
They're on
here.
landing, not
Percentage.
takeoff.
Jen, you're not going to win
sorry,
against
that's-
these people.
No,
Hold up.
There's
Jen
too
was
many.
talking
There's
for a
too
little
many
bit, then Riding
haters.
was responding. So
Jen, there's
you
too
know.
many haters. You're not going to win. There's like 5
ET,
of them.
you're not-
Yeah, I'm not a fan of.
Yes,
I mean, I don't mind you, ET, but I find
Percentage.
Jin
Well,
insulting.
I don't give a
Right,
shit what
so
you
say
think
this.
about me. I'm just talking about
Sure.
Jin right
We're
now.
saying that
Cool
we're
and
not
decent.
percentage.
Got to give
It's
everyone
not-
a lane to
Hang
talk.
on a second. When the aircraft is in flight, of course it's going to flex. We're not talking about when it's in flight at the moment. We're talking when the aircraft is parked up and the fuel is loaded into the aircraft. We're expecting to see some kind of flex with that load of fuel. So they compared an empty aircraft on the ground, not in flight, because we know aircraft wings flap in flight. We know this. But we should notice a flex in the wings when the fuel is fully loaded.
I
We
But
absolutely
didn't know.
agree.
planes,
That's the
planes
better
don't keep all
comparison.
their fuel in their wings. They've got fuel bladders in their belly as well.
A380,
Yeah,
at least what
I know
I've
that.
found, has some in the tail. It's all in the wings or the tail. I think what the mistaken assumption to me is if the wings are close to full flex downwards, I don't expect the wing to flex more downwards when you put fuel in it. What I would expect to see is like the tires bulge and the landing gears suspension to compress, right? Commensurate with adding a quarter of a million tons of fuel, sure. But the wings to flex more, no. I think they get to a point outside of which they start to find a bit of rigidity.
So
Hold
what's
up.
the
You said-
what's the
no,
big
no,
issue
hold up,
anyway?
Riding,
Whether
you
or not
said
they've
in
got
the
fuel
air.
in them or not?
Banter really
Sorry?
quick. You said-
What's the
You said
big
it.
issue anyway here?
The issue here is
Go
the
ahead.
aircrafts are not using fuel to propel themselves. They're using compressed air and all the surcharges that we're being asked to pay for the fuel, because fuel costs on your airline ticket is at least 50 to 60%, according to the video, yeah? So we're being ripped off, okay? So hang on a second. I'm going to finish in 10 seconds. So what they do is they bring the maths to bear. They bring the fuels and all the wing bladders and the tank, all the tanks, and how much they can hold, okay? And then they do the maths, and then they ask you, can that happen when an aircraft is using 1 liter a second? And there are 4 engines on this Airbus 380.
Well, I reckon.
Aircraft
I
indeed
reckon.
hold that much fuel. There you go.
I reckon aircraft flight is actually pretty cheap myself.
It's pretty damn cheap.
It's a pretty cheap way of getting from point A to point B. So what's
Okay.
the big what's the big contention
I
here?
He's saying that it could
disagree
be
with
cheaper
that, because
that you're getting scammed.
You know.
So
Oh,
Riding, I
how
have a
much
question for you.
cheaper?
How do you
How much
respond?
cheaper percentage?
Who knows?
And
Riding,
these
how do you
and
respond to his
a
claim
lot
that
and a lot of these companies too.
Let's do the maths.
One-
Let's do the
one
maths.
second,
A lot of
Sorry,
these
but-
companies too are publicly listed companies, right? So their job is to make money for their shareholders as well, right? So they're
so
doing
wouldn't it make
lots.
sense that they would charge
So
the
what a better way of
customer
ripping you
more
off then?
to increase the bottom line if they could?
Yeah, they
course.
would, but they're
Of
going to be in
course.
tight competition with other airlines, right? And at least of the pilots I've talked to, most of them were for Jetstar, where the majority of their cost is fuel, such that if they hit a headwind, they start losing money on a flight.
That's what they tell
it's a
us.
very
That's
tightly.
what
I'm
they
sorry.
tell
I
us.
guess I'm
Can
not
we
talking
verify
anymore.
that?
That's all right.
Can we
Barking
actually
dogs again.
verify that?
Why don't just
Can
the
we
flight
actually
company?
verify
Well,
Why
obviously, the
wouldn't just a
implication that
flight
Jen's
company?
making is that they're kind of price fixing this,
Sure.
the cost of school, cost of fuel type thing,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, I just
Riding, you
think
didn't
they probably
answer
do it
his
to quite
question
tight
because he
tolerances,
said-
and I don't agree with them. So
up, but he
fuel
also said
efficiency
that-
that
I
I
don't agree
found,
with you either.
Guys, relax. So let me get my question out. Riding. He said that they weighed it when it was full with fuel and when it was empty with fuel, and there wasn't like that much of a bend or something.
with respect,
right?
it didn't
that
sound like
accurate?
what he said.
Flex.
With respect, it didn't sound like that's what he said. What he said was,
That's what
not
I
that they
said.
weighed it, they eyeballed it and said the wings didn't flex as much as I expected.
Yes, because if they had that much fuel in there, to the tune of 12 double-decker buses, those wings would have to flex, is what was said. Because
How much would they
hang
have
on,
to flex?
hang
How
on a
much were they
second,
flexing
please.
and how much should they flex?
Right. This is the thing.
Did you have
there
an
was no
image of the
flex at
before and
all.
after of when
There
they
was no
weighed
flex
it?
at all. No flex whatsoever. And they measured the
So,
dimensions
how
of
much-
the wing. They measured
So
the
how much
leading.
should they flex and how much did they flex?
Well, then you need to watch the video to get that number. Okay.
Is
Watch
this
the
old
video.
Jin's thing of
Which
I'm not going to
video
actually
was it?
make
It's
an
where you
argument,
watch
I'm
the
going to demand
video.
that you watch a
Well,
video?
you've got to watch the video to learn. Got to
Which
watch
I'm
video
the
not
video
was
watching
to
another
learn.
one of your videos. I fell into that trap the other night.
Well,
That's
it's up
right,
to you.
Bandy.
If you
Didn't
want
you
to know
get
the
didn't you
truth,
get
you
cheated the
don't
other day
run.
by
I
a
did.
deceptive video?
If you don't,
You went
Once-
into bat.
if
You went
want to
into
know
bat
the
for
truth,
poor old Jin.
If you
I
want
did.
to know
I
the
did.
truth,
I got picked.
Fucking went in to defend him, you
if
poor
you
bastard.
if you want to know the truth, you will. And the incident you were talking about the other day proved that we could see over long distances, and that was the main point of the video. They gave you a
Yeah,
clickbait to click on it to learn.
Yeah, just deceptive,
Okay?
I think is what you mean by
Clickbait.
clickbait.
Yes, but
They
it
lied
brought you
to
to the
us.
truth. It brought
When
you
we
to
asked,
the
we
truth.
badgered you for like half an hour. What's in the video,
You
Jin?
didn't badger me for half an hour. You didn't badger me.
Even
I was
even
banging
Bandy
anyway.
was asking
Yeah,
you what's in the
second
video.
question.
Just
Yeah.
Hey guys, I
I
get that
didn't
you
get
don't like each
badgered.
other, but
I
this is
didn't do anything
extremely
wrong.
childish.
I told you
Sure.
the
Can
truth.
we
It
rise
is a
above,
bit.
please? For
I
the
mean,
sake of the
unless he's
room.
going to tell us how much it should have flexed and will and did flex, there's nowhere
Watch the
further for
video
this
and learn.
conversation to
Just
go.
watch the video and learn.
Okay.
Remember, I'm
Jin,
doing a good thing already.
what video is it? Or better yet, can you provide an image of the full and empty planes side by side?
Yeah,
Unfortunately, I cannot do that because there are several videos that you need to watch, and you will learn.
No, I'm asking
Well-
specifically for where they had the full, like, fully fueled plane and the empty
Yeah,
plane.
you're going to have to watch them all. You're going to have to watch them all, guys.
And that's
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 not
the end
Watch
of
them
the
from the
conversation.
top one.
If the
The
only
very
if the
first one,
only
the second one, the
if-
third
if-
one. Watch them,
if the-
please.
if
Watch
the
them,
only
please.
response, if the only response you've got is watch the video, well then that's the end of the conversation. Should move
Well,
on.
that's it.
Well,
Good. Yeah, that's nice.
When you
That's
guys get a
okay.
chance, I got a question.
Go, Kosho. Go, buddy.
No, I was just gonna ask. Given that the planes are doing that scam, if you were going from, like, let's say cross country, like 2,000 miles cross country, what's the easiest, like the easiest way to where you're using the least amount of energy or the least amount of money? What would be the
You follow the
easiest, the
jet
cheapest way to go 2,000 miles?
You follow the jet streams if you can. You get up high enough, follow the jet streams, and you save on
So
fuel.
you're saying a
already.
plane? I'm not saying you can use any form of travel. It doesn't have to be a plane.
Oh,
Hot air balloon.
Your plane following the jet stream.
Yeah, of course they do. Yeah, it's a well-known fact.
I would,
It's a well-known fact.
yeah,
In
hot air.
aviation.
If we're talking about, like, regardless of how long it takes, probably hot air balloon
Yeah,
Or-
100%.
or a boat, sailboat.
A sailboat would be cheaper than a hot air balloon. You don't have to worry about the fuel for a hot air balloon. Sailboat. Yeah. Well,
Well,
overland,
yeah.
hot air balloon, over water, sailboat.
Well, it depends, because I feel like the winds at, like, in the air are going to be a lot stronger than the winds at the surface, so you'll probably get to your destination more efficiently with a hot air balloon.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah,
possibly.
cheaper.
But a hot air balloon requires
Richard
requires you to
Branson.
maintain energy to maintain lift, whereas a sailboat, when your forward thrust stops, you just bob.
Yeah,
You
so
don't have
Richard
to
Branson,
maintain. There's no energy required to maintain buoyancy, but there is energy. You need to keep, letting out fuel to maintain your position.
Yeah, because there's
vertically.
loss,
Yeah,
right?
so
But
Richard
you could
Branson
I don't know how
actually did that.
efficient
So
you can make
Richard
the hot air
Branson.
balloon so as to contain that hot
So
air.
Richard Branson
Yeah,
actually
it's
did that in a
definitely
hot air
cheaper in a
balloon.
boat.
The Virgin, advertising Virgin, he did that. Circumnavigated the world, I do believe, in a hot air balloon. Okay, he did that. Sir Richard Branson. He crashed once, so he had to restart again and then completed it and breaking a world record.
Circumnavigated the world.
In order to navigate with the balloon, you have to constantly be raising and lowering your altitude. That takes.
Yeah, that's the other
Richard
thing.
Branson did that.
That's a good point. Yeah, in order to keep getting favoring winds, you have to change your altitude.
Yeah, so
Very
Richard
good
Branson did that. He did that. I don't know if it's circumnavigated. He might have been
Either
from
that or
England to
waiting
New-
for
It may have been
wind.
England to New York. Let me check it out. But,
But you can't wait. If the wind's going the wrong way and you stay at the same altitude, you're blowing the wrong way.
So Richard Branson did this successfully and got a record for it. So it's in the Guinness Book of Records. So there you
He also
are.
has a lot of money, and he also probably has no problem using that much fuel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He did it in a balloon.
So
Yeah,
he
balloon.
probably, there's no saying that he didn't use fuel. But yeah, the boat thing, I think you're only limited to traveling across the water, if that's the case, right? I was almost, I didn't really state it, but I was implying that you're traveling across the land. But I mean, you could use a boat still.
Oh, across land and 2 feet in a heartbeat. That's the cheapest way.
But even that, but see, that's the thing though. Is that's kind of my point. Is about the compressed air thing. It doesn't make any sense. Like I told you, you're making more energy than you're using in order to compress that air as you're flying through it. And even if you're walking across the country 2,000 miles, you're gonna there's always something that has to give when it comes to energy and traveling.
The hypothetical doesn't make much sense because you can't say regardless of time, the time that it takes, what's cheapest, because the time that it takes dictates how cheap it's going to be. You have to have food if we're being realistic.
Well, yeah, but that's what I mean. Is even if you're taking a long time and you don't care about the efficiency, it's going to be more energy as far as food is. Just to keep you energetic. If you're just walking, again, you're going to need food as your personal fuel. But no matter what form of travel, there's always going to be some form of fuel because you need energy. In order to be traveling.
I still hold with whoever said sailboat. Because, you see driftwood get across the ocean. It still requires energy, but the energy is already being there. It's harnessing existing forces around it. Whereas almost every other one I can think of requires that you bring your own energy to turn into force.
Yeah, but then he edited it to say over land.
But even a sailboat, though, you still have to. You got to keep the crew fed. Crew's got to be working in order to maintain it.
You only need one.
I think there's no way without fuel.
Okay. Here we go. Hot air balloon, 1991. Sir Richard Branson leaving Japan to Canada, a distance of hang on, what was that? A distance of 6,700 miles. It took them 48 hours to do that, breaking the previous record of 3,072 miles set during their Atlantic crossing in 1987, because he'd done it twice. So he'd done the Pacific and the Atlantic, okay? So there you go. 48 hours, 6,700 miles.
Do you know what else Richard Branson said he did?
Yeah, go on.
Went to space.
What about a glider? What about a glider?
That's right. Don't believe that one. He didn't go to space anyway, because space supposedly begins at... Hang on, yeah. Space supposedly begins at 602 miles, 100 kilometers. They were at 55 miles up, apparently.
What about a glider, guys?
It was the edge
of a hot air balloon.
Not even to the edge they got. Sorry?
It was a fat edge.
A glider.
Yeah, that's a good one. A glider, yeah, a glider. But then...
but gliders to take off
risky, wouldn't it?
require usually get towed up by an ordinary plane. They get towed up to somewhere where they can surf on thermals. And my understanding is you can virtually never do any reasonable point-to-point on them because you're not always guaranteed to find thermals.
The thermal currents are not there.
Crash and die unless you have a parachute.
You can't do it.
Yeah.
It sounds like we just better stick to airplanes.
Yeah,
it's been useful for me. It seemed to get me where I need to go.
Yeah, I'm happy with them.
Aeroplanes that use compressed air to fly. That's what we use. Yeah.
Well, they need fuel to run those compressors.
Yeah. Airplanes that have flown very competently by people who are, basically morons, gullible idiots.
On flat Earth, because they don't realise they're floating on flat Earth.
Well, they're just not aware of how much weight they're carrying. They don't know the shape of what they're flying over. They're kind of useless, but they get there.
If it turns out, because it seems to have turned out that there is a jet fuel hoax going on. If you can dare to look into it and look at the maps and look at everything, and if you come to that conclusion that is indeed the truth, then you're going to have to say to yourself, those jet airline pilots must know what's going on. flat
Yeah,
Earth.
I've got to know what's going
jet
on. I agree with
fuel
that with you. So they're liars.
So when a pilot is sitting in his little cockpit and all that sort of stuff, one of their responsibilities is knowing the exact weight of their airplane so they can work out how they can get from point A to point B. So are you now inferring, Jim, that every single pilot now is an absolute downright filthy liar because every pilot knows about this?
Well,
Has to
I
be,
mean,
right?
if it raises a question, it does raise that question. Definitely
Well,
gets raised.
see, that's a conspiracy so fanciful, I could never possibly believe it. I'm sorry.
Well, no one's asking you to believe in a fantasy or a conspiracy. We're asking you to look at the evidence and then discern for yourself. That's all you got to do.
And my
Just like
discernment
the
is the
heliocentric
pilots
view
have to
and the
work
moon
out
landings and
how
9/11 alike. That's
they've
all.
got,
That's all
how
you
much
got to do.
baggage they've got on board, how much weight they're carrying, how much fuel they need to get that weight from point A to point B. They need to know all these things, Jin, when they're working out their calculations. All of it.
Weight and balance. The other one they talk about a lot,
They can do
Bandy, is
that. They can
balance.
do
Like
that.
fore and aft, left and right, fore and aft matter, making much more of a
That is
difference.
all possible. That is all possible because if they're carrying fuel more than enough that they need because they know they're relying on compressed air, there's no problem, is there? No problem at all. Come on, what's the problem there? There's nothing. That's easy.
Yeah, no
That's
problem.
the easy stuff.
They're
The
just
beauty
liars.
of it is that the beauty, which is really disgusting, is that they've ripped off every customer and they've been doing it for years. That's
Well, I
the
know.
thing.
I personally know a couple of pilots, actually. I don't think they're lying.
Yep.
Well,
My dad
never
had
mind.
a TPL, so he was rated to fly jumbos and stuff. He's a
There
liar.
you go.
Well, I'm gonna be real. In in Canada at least, the flights, like the cost of them, are insanely high relative to other places. It costs more to fly sometimes to the UK, transatlantic, than it does within Canada. So there's definitely some price fixing going on because there's like an oligopoly. There's only two. They basically have a monopoly.
I've bought maybe a couple of hundred tickets in my time. I have never ever calculated the cost of avgas when buying the ticket. All I ever do is, I'm pretty sure something similar to what the airlines do, which is figure out which is the cheapest and see if I can match it.
Pretty much. That's what I go on.
That's all I think they do.
What's it called?
My point is that there's companies that definitely have inflated prices.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. If you've got no competition on a route, if you've got no competition on a route, why would you match it to fuel prices?
Percentage was speaking. You're talking over him. Shut up.
My point
Sorry,
is
beg your pardon, percentage.
maybe just the published numbers aren't that accurate. And sure, you can fly at a fraction of the cost, but only some of these companies are guilty of inflating the cost and chalking it up to fuel charges when it's not actually the case.
I don't know what it's like.
Do you calculate any of this based on your knowledge of jet fuel, how much it's going to take and how much jet fuel costs? I don't.
No. And I don't know what it's like in Canada.
A flight within Canada would be less fuel than a flight transatlantic to the UK.
No. But what I'm saying is, what's certainly the same happens in Australia. It costs you like $200 less, sometimes like $50 if they're doing a special to get to Bali, which is Indonesia. It costs you 5 times that to get to a small country town. Nobody assumes that is because it costs more fuel. Everybody assumes that's because this one airline flies to Wangaratta, 40 airlines fly to Bali, so they're in competition for one route and not for another.
Doesn't matter.
I never check it against the price of jet fuel.
So you
price
ask why
fixing
do they
and price gouging is the other expression.
Monopoly on
does exist. Price fixing and price gouging does exist.
Yeah,
and that's never going to go away.
That's what you do as a business. That's why people serve those underserved airports, because they know that they'll be able to gouge you, smack you for $500 for going to Wangaratta because nobody else does.
The thing is, right?
But when you're raising your prices like that, what's the more kind of prudent business decision to do? To admit that you're just inflating the prices, or to try to hide it as YQ surcharges, like fuel surcharges?
Yeah.
But I would be astounded if they can lie about surcharges, because at least when it comes to fuel surcharge, at least my understanding for that was not this is what you're paying for fuel. It was this is what you're paying because something, the government, something, carbon emissions and shit like that.
Let's go back
price
to
of fuel,
2000. Let's all go back to 2008.
They absolutely
the
do,
Lehman
because I know
shock,
firsthand.
right? Fuel
Sorry,
prices went up, right? When the Lehman shock happened, and
I don't think you need an invitation
that was when
percentage.
surcharges were brought in, right? 2008, the Lehman shock happened. Okay, and then holidays, passengers had to pay a surcharge because the fuel prices went up. They said.
I think in this country here, Riding, you probably agree with me that when travelling between major cities, we get actually a pretty good deal on the cost of flights, and you can get extremely good deals at times. I've flown from Melbourne to Brisbane for $40. $80 return. Like, that is insane prices. Now, as
you mean relative to other
if
forms
you're
of transportation,
flying,
right?
If you're flying to a little country town, say Wangaratta from Melbourne, of course you're going to get slugged higher prices because it's all about supply, demand, and competition. Not all companies fly to Wangaratta. So if you've only got one charter that goes to Wangaratta, they're going to charge pretty much whatever they want, and you're at the mercy of the gods there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I agree with
you.
I
think that
totally.
Like, who here has? So we're all. It seems like many of us agreeing we haven't calculated jet fuel into the cost we're willing to pay for an airline ticket. I've never even calculated it. Who has?
I haven't.
No, I've never even thought about it.
I'll tell you how.
Cool percentage. Go for it.
So there's like Star Alliance, airlines, right? And I have a bunch of points with them, and I can redeem them with any Star Alliance airline, right? And so there's like a hack to it, because a lot of these airlines charge for the fuel surcharges, whereas a lot don't. Even though they're using the same amount of fuel, it's just cheaper to redeem with certain airlines, like Egyptian Air and stuff like that, a bunch of different airlines, because they are known to not charge the YQ surcharges. Same amount of fuel, same itinerary. It's just a different airline that you kind of have to shop around and hack it so that you can get the better redemption. Yeah.
I've done that myself, and I must say, back in the 80s and 90s, when I was in Britain, traveling around the world now, the flights were very, very economical and very cheap. That has to be said. Then at the end of the 90s, 1999, I come to Japan, and I was hoping to fly, like, let's say, from Japan to Vietnam. I wanted to go to Vietnam. I couldn't afford it at the time. There was no way. It was like 10 times the price that you would pay in Britain. Ridiculous. So traveling in Japan at the moment, the prices have only started to become reasonable in the last 20 years that I've been here. It's been an arm and a leg. Whereas in Britain or in Australia, as Bansal was saying, you could go to America from Britain for like 50 quid on Ryan Airlines. Do you know what I mean? Now that's really cheap, when it used to be like 300 quid, 400 quid to go return.
From what I heard, all the Globers conceded that the government and airlines are price gouging.
Yeah,
Is that what you heard?
But
that's the point. Price gouging.
Your ability to interpret and comprehend what people are saying seems to be a bit lacking.
Yeah, you did. You did concede price gouging. So the degree, whether it be 0.0% or 100%, they price gouge.
I used to price gouge all the time, depending on my customer. Like airlines,
capitalism.
Airlines aren't Robinson Crusoe when it comes to this type of behaviour. And I don't begrudge anyone making money, really, at the end of the day. If you can get it, you can get away with it.
I do.
But if they're lying and saying it's because of fuel,
people are either going to pay it or they're not going to pay it. They are not forced.
Thank you for the
service. You are not forced to use that plane.
The issue is lying and saying it's because of the cost of fuel. That's the issue. When they lie and say it's fuel, whereas it actually isn't. It's just an inflated price.
Yeah, and I used to charge.
Do you think that suggests that they lie about how much fuel fits on an individual aircraft? Like, because to know this, we would not only need to factor fuel into the price of planes, which seemingly none of us have done, because none of us even know the fuel capacity of these fucking planes, let alone the cost of avgas, because it's not the same as petrol. Like, anybody really doing that calculation? The fact that they might increase the cost of fuel, add a fuel levy, and then be slightly slow to wind that levy down because competition hasn't forced them to yet, sure, I could easily believe that. That's not that surprising. That's just business. But they're lying about how much fuel fits on board planes. They're in fact powering them with over Unity free energy devices. That's just nuts to me.
Well, you need to look at the information that I brought to bear. You need to look at the information that's been brought to bear and the maths and the science behind it.
Lacking.
And then you come to another conclusion. Just like everyone thinks vaccines are supposed to be good for us, but indeed it's turned out that the worst thing on this earth, the worst thing man's created. Just like they said they went to the moon.
You watch too much YouTube.
They never went. Just like they said the ISS is up there and it's not up there.
Jim.
Yeah?
Under him.
Right,
this is why you just got to talk under him, Bandy.
I can't do it. It drives me crazy. You may remember this, writing when TAA went under many, many years ago. We had to pay a levy on all our tickets, right, to pay back the lost superannuations and things like that for all the employees. So now, why is that? Exactly. Now, why is that fair? Right, that was a private company. Now, why should I have to pay? Right, a difference on my plane ticket to reimburse a private company? That is just absolutely ridiculous.
Success of a union and some politicians, probably.
Exactly right. At the end of the day, life ain't fair. You don't have to use their services if you don't. If you object that much to all these fuel levies, don't use their service. Buy a canoe.
Yeah, but then again,
don't go there, buy a canoe, fly with a different airline, go by train, buy a motorbike and see the countryside. Like, there's a fair bit of stiff competition, particularly for regional flights. There's a fair bit of stiff competition for whether you fly. I don't think it's sensible to go there making up how much fuel they put on board and lying to us about it. Other ways you can inflate the price without needing to lie. Have every pilot be a liar.
But the price of going to Japan by plane and taking a 3-week holiday was going to cost me £3,000, and I thought, and that was without having any transportation in Japan. And that was a 3 weeks holiday in a hotel, all meals inclusive, 3 weeks. It was going to cost an arm and a leg. I said, no, £3,000 is way too much. So I decided to go to Morocco, Senegal on my motorbike. And it was cheaper to do that holiday and stop off in hostels and take in France, Spain, Portugal, Morocco, Western Sahara, and I enjoyed that instead of.
Fantastic. Awesome. You don't stop talking though, Jin, and they not even want other people talking. So just please.
You're talking when I was talking.
Jin, I was waiting for you to finish, but your story wasn't finished.
You were talking when I was talking, and that's just.
Yeah, I stopped when I realized you were continuing.
Now you talk. Don't tell me not to talk. Just talk now.
Don't talk, Jin.
I didn't say don't talk, but anyway.
You said I talk too much. Don't even say that.
Yeah, I did say that. I said, you talk. Anyways,
talk now.
Stop talking, Jin.
You shut up.
I'm going to say, oh yeah, that's right.
Don't
you know, if anybody had these convictions, like these honest convictions that the airlines are doing this, then yeah, you know, the smart thing is not just tell people about it and try and you know, boycott the airlines. Smart thing to do would be to invest in some sort of aircraft for which you can make a lucrative amount of money, because nobody else is doing it. Like nobody else has caught on, or a lot of people haven't caught on, or whatever. You could start your own airline for relatively cheap and easily, very quickly make your money back, because you're charging people for something that's not even.
That's different. Don't rip people off like atheists. We're not here to rip people off like atheists are.
Yeah.
Like atheists.
Let's not forget what happened to
rip people off or make profit on the rebellion.
Do this and rip people off and charge them more, right?
Can you define for me, rebellion, what the difference is between making a profit and ripping people off?
The margin of profit.
How much margin is ripping people off versus making profit?
Well, I'm not really a capitalist, so.
So you don't. I'm not asking if you're a capitalist. I'm asking. It seems that you've got an idea that at a certain point it's making profit, and at a certain point it's ripping people off. I'm just asking what that point is.
What's the product? What's the product and what's the price?
Irrelevant. I mean, you can name different products. Yeah. You can name different products and tell me what margins are acceptable. Okay, motorcycles. What's the margin for motorcycles before you're ripping people off?
What's the price of making it, and what's the price of selling it?
So it doesn't matter about the product; it just matters about the margins. We're already talking about the margins. What's the
It
margin
depends on
that's
the
acceptable?
product and the price that you're selling for and the price that you're making.
I disagree.
Give me an
him the
example
price.
of
Give him a
ripping off and an
price.
example of profit.
You know,
10%. Is that
10%?
Is
Okay,
that
is
Yeah,
10%
yeah.
ripping off?
Like when the store sells
off?
something 50% off or 80% off, and they still make their money. How can they sell it for 80% off and still be in business?
Often because they're clearing stock because it's costing them more to keep it than to sell it at that stage.
So are they
I'd
losing
like
money?
to answer it in a separate way.
Yeah, they lose money by selling it, but they lose less by selling it with a loss than if they just keep it.
Yeah.
The way
Costs
supply
more
and
to
demand
burn
works.
it. It's taking up floor space for stock that would make them more money. So they make a decision to do that.
Yeah.
Same as
but
like
you sell it-
supermarkets. It's known as a loss letter if a supermarket sells milk for less than they buy it because they know people price match on milk. So they'll go to Coles because milk's cheap there, and then they won't price match on bread or condensed milk or whatever the fuck else
Here's
is
the
there.
example. A province makes hydroelectric energy, and
Mhm.
they got the money from borrowing from the government and whatever way else, and they charge the people the cost, plus they make 90 million a year.
What percentage is 90 million? What kind of markup is that?
That's over their overhead profit, 90 million.
Right, but I want to know like per megawatt hour, right? If they've served
Well, it doesn't
100 million
matter.
people, that sounds reasonable. If they've served 10 people,
No.
that seems extortionate.
It's natural energy. They got the money, they got their overhead paid for. They're just gouging the citizens for something they got for free.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds
Yeah,
to me
fair.
like you have a feeling in
They're
your
funded
gut
by
about
tax
what
dollars.
is acceptable and what is not, but you don't actually have a like clear distinction of what it is.
You know
which is
that
fine.
charging
I'm the same.
is forbidden.
What's forbidden?
Charging interest is forbidden.
No, it's not.
Usury is forbidden. The world we live in is based on usury and debt.
What's
Yeah,
forbidden
it's
by who? What do you mean? Do you mean illegal, or do you mean like the Quran doesn't like it? Percentage will agree with you here. The idea of charging.
It's forbidden in my view of the world.
Oh, good. We should all just check with Northern Rebellion what he permits.
Well, no, you should look into
I'd like
yourself.
to
You
answer
think
the
it's right
question
You
to
should
separately.
look
charge
into
interest?
yourself and see if it's right or not.
You think it's right for Rothschild to print a dollar bill for 13 cents and charge the US $1.13 interest?
I mean, it sounded like we started off with a clear idea that you had of
Yeah,
what
that's
was
inflation.
gouging
That's
and what was.
Okay,
yeah,
hold up,
they're
before we get
charging.
That's
away from the
gouging,
topic.
isn't it? Come on.
Okay,
Yeah.
so ripping people
You
off.
can't
Like, there's-
weasel your way
hold
out
up,
of it
Northern.
with
On
Yeah,
the percentage.
let me answer the same question that you were posed.
Yeah.
So
Because I'm gonna answer
I feel
it
like
too,
there's two types of ripping people off. Number one,
Yeah.
the actual type where it's like the physical type where it's like fraudulent misrepresentation. Basically, you'd say this is this or it'll do
Oh,
this
yep,
for you.
yep.
what
This
have
is a
you, and
Gucci
then
watch, and it's not a Gucci watch. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
You scam
I think that's a
someone.
good one. Yeah, I'd agree with you
The
there.
other one I would say is metaphysical. It's a conception, wherein it'll be a function of comparing multiple deals. And like if you have a single deal, right, an individual deal, and you guys agree, and there's no fraudulent misrepresentation, and you agree on a price, regardless of how much the margins are, then it's not ripping.
Exactly.
It's not a rip off
Except when
because
it's
you
a
both agree.
monopoly.
Exactly.
But if you
created by
compare
the
that
government.
same deal to another deal, right, then you build this conception of ripping people off because you're comparing similar deals, with each other, even though they're all individually agreed upon and they're all, kosher or what have you.
Yeah. I think
then
there's
you could
also
have this conception,
another
this
one.
metaphysical idea of the other person getting ripped off because of the higher margin that he spent.
Sure. I wanted to speak, but then I'm also kosher. But I think also gouging could be like when in a short time span somebody needs something. So like you suddenly buy up hand sanitizer because there's going to be a rush on it. That could be considered gouging. Or price fixing is a totally different thing. What were you going to say? Sorry, Kosher.
Isn't that a good, just really a good business deal?
No,
that's the thing. A lot of the line between these is, I think, quite thin.
Them off.
You can go to prison for that. Well, depending on the industry, but yeah, people have gone to prison for doing that, like price gouging, and as far as medicine goes. But regardless, I agree with the percentage, except for maybe not all of what he said, but simply, yeah, If two people are engaging in an honest exchange, so that means that there's not a deception on what is given to who or whatever, and there's no sort of monopoly, or you have the entire market and you're the the bears and diamonds and stuff like that, like you're the only one selling it. Yeah, so if it's an honest exchange, there is no margin that is going to that's going to make it ripping somebody off, because they're agreeing on what it is. If they're agreeing to pay for this overpriced thing and it costs you very little to produce it, then that's just what they're doing. If they don't think it's worth it, they wouldn't pay that much, and they'll pay, and then you'll have to sell it for cheaper. So
Yeah,
it's just
no,
the way
I
it
can
is.
agree with that, except for the monopolies, the government monopolies, such as airlines or hydro and water and etc. Where the only place you can go is this one company, and they can charge you whatever they want.
But don't you think that, I agree with you on that. I mean, I think monopoly is a really difficult issue, but don't you think in certain areas there needs to be monopolies? Monopolies are, in fact, in some ways more efficient, and if they're going to be more efficient, they may or may not be better state run?
I personally don't, because when I see 20 million homeless people and 30 million empty houses, I'm like, what's the problem?
Sure. But I mean, I don't mean in all areas. I mean in some areas. Like, for instance, when it comes to court, I don't understand how anything but one court system can work best that doesn't operate for profit, that doesn't have an idea of I can pick and choose which court I go to. Right?
It's
Same
not
for
really a monopoly,
prisons.
though. Is it?
Same, well, but I mean, like, couldn't you say the same for your power supply? Like, I don't want there to be 14 power stations near my city with each one vying to be selling the most of the power. Like, some competition in that market is good.
No.
Or like a better example is this: train tracks.
No, like
If
my
you've got
example would
trains
be
and you've only got one line north, one line south,
like,
what does
say
competition look like on that?
my state company makes $90 million a year off the natural resource from the water dams. I'm fine with them charging the overhead, charge for the trucks, charge for the workers, but you don't need to make 90 million profit off the people for a natural resource that you borrowed the money to build the dams.
Yeah,
But we're talking about two different things.
Yeah,
We're talking about two different things, though.
like I agree with you also, where there is certain aspects where if you agree to it, you agree to it for sure.
Private industry and government functions are two totally different things, and that's what I'm saying with the court systems thing, and also with the government, who's they're buying, they're giving the oil or whatever out, and then they're making a profit off of it. Like those, there shouldn't be any profit made. There shouldn't be any profit being made as far as something like that, like utilities or something like that goes. If the government's controlling it or whatever, or managing it. So I think those are two different things. I think when it's private industry, though, there's no reason for them to make as much profit as
if
they
you
like.
dig up something and want to sell it, you sell it for whatever the person pays or whatever. But like, if it's a resource that people need, and then you're gonna raise, like, somehow when we're in lockdown, the gas prices go to 69 cents a liter, but then when we're open, it goes to $1.40 a liter, and it's like they're just lying. And why? Like, so it's just they
High demand.
How do you tell how do you tell the difference between their lying and ordinary supply and demand?
Well, it's
because supply and demand, I imagine to be quite complex.
No.
Even industries I've been in, I don't fully understand the difference between them.
Like, it's a slap in the face where you're locked down at home and you're like, oh, gas is so low, but I'm not allowed to go anywhere. Oh, now I'm free, I can go anywhere. Oh, gas is $1.40. Oh.
How does that not make sense? That's why that's happening. Same thing with plane tickets and cruise tickets.
Yeah,
these things are super cheap right now because there's not a lot of people doing it, so they lowering the price because the demand is very low, and then when the demand gets high,
Everybody was
price.
doing. Yeah, I guess there was some people going, some less traveling. Definitely, people were staying home. But to me, like, you could look at it like that, but I don't trust the government at all. So whatever they're doing, I know they're manipulating us. So
But do you know which ways they're manipulating us? Because otherwise it's likely you're just going to say
100%.
That's bullshit and not know how and maybe be wrong.
I know every way. Everything they do is a psyop. All the stories on the news are bullshit. Like, it's all fake. Fake news, fake shootings, fake riots, fake George Floyd, fake COVID, fake everything.
Is anything real? Is anything that happens that intersects with what the government does, is any of it real?
Yeah, there's some real stuff that happens because
How do you tell the difference?
Because I can see it and I live it. But when they tell me stuff that nobody sees and nobody has stories and cartoons that nobody can prove, then it's easy to tell what's a lie.
Okay, so when it's more difficult to prove, you can be more certain that it's false.
Oh, yeah, there's some things that are speculation, but I don't trust the government. And I've been given all the evidence I need, from 9/11 to Tuskegee experiment to Waco to Gulf of Tonkin to every psyop and every false flag and every shooting that they've done and every murder, the Afghanistan genocide, Palestinian genocide, American genocide. The government is murderers and liars.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So why would I trust them ever?
I don't trust them, but I don't. If the government says it's A, I don't immediately think it's Z, because there's lots of other letters of the alphabet.
Trust murderers and liars. You trust murderers and liars. That's the difference.
I don't. I know you've just totally 180 degrees. I do not trust the government. It's just that if they say it's A, I don't think it's Z, because I think there's other letters.
So you either trust the government or you don't.
Right. There's only 2 letters in the alphabet. That's what you're saying.
So you're saying the government lies sometimes, but you believe them sometimes.
Yeah, I think the government lies sometimes. I think, in fact, people within the government lie sometimes in proportion to how much they can benefit from it and how likely it is to get away with it. And basically, based on those 2 metrics. I think people lie sometimes. Do you know anybody who lies all the time?
No. I'll take that concession.
You know, there's a difference between being discerning and being, what's the word?
Paranoid.
Paranoid, yeah, but what's the word when you're always contrarian?
Yeah.
Basically a paranoid contrarian.
Happy-go-lucky. Happy-go-lucky.
Because he's right. If you're discerning, then you're gonna be right more times than if you're just paranoid and you're gonna be betting against whatever. You're betting the opposite of whatever they say. You're gonna be wrong most of the time.
Like, think about Bansor, he's muted at the moment, but like when he was interrogating Jin on his idea about this jet fuel hoax, he got to a limit where his discernment said, if that means every pilot in the world is lying, then I think I'm out. Like, that's not exactly the words he used, but that's the essence of it, which was like, if what you're proposing means that every single commercial pilot is in on a lie to fabricate and also, quite frankly, put people at risk, he's out. That to me is discernment. You get to a certain point and you go, right, this switches the balance of probabilities in such a way that I'm out. But if you don't have that, you're just going to believe any old thing, provided it's not what the government tells you.
Yeah, that's a good point. But at the end of the day, who's saying they're putting people at risk? What I'm proposing, which is what the video proposes itself, it's not that they're putting people at risk. What they're putting at risk is your purse, your wallet. They're ripping you off. If indeed aircrafts are flying with compressed air and they're using very little fuel, okay, to get to their destinations, and there's been a big scam that's been perpetuated for a long time, and to address Koshaw's claim that you could start your own airline, I'm posting some material as to people like Sir Freddie Laker, who went 82, and Ryanair, who had some trouble, and Sir Richard Branson, by the way, who sued British Airways, what was known as the Dirty Tricks campaign. Okay, so these people who wanted to make a buck and undercut the major airlines were in battle with the major airlines to the point where they were risking their lives in order to try and make a buck. Okay, so there's a lot going on that you don't seem to understand. But I'm going to post you the material if you're interested. That's me, you know.
Did any of them die?
Not that I recall. But lives
Why would
were threatened.
why would I
Hang
get the
on,
impression
lives
that
were
I'd be risking
threatened.
my life?
Sorry?
Why would I get the impression that I'd be risking my life if I were to do this? You said that's what you said.
Well, yeah, you could be your livelihood, okay, which is your life in a way, isn't it? Your finances. Remember, when you're trying to run an airline, you're putting down a lot of money, yeah, a whole lot of money which you haven't got, and you've got.
You're not doing
Hang on,
that,
please.
That was my
Still
point.
talking. If you've got forces that are trying to undermine your success, to bankrupt you, to break your back, that's scary. Yeah, because you've got to pay the.
Yeah, you didn't understand what my point was, though, Jen.
Sorry?
I get it, Jen. You didn't understand my point. My point was, is if it's such a lucrative, lucrative business, and it costs absolutely nothing except for the cost of the planes, the fuel is non-existent. If this is the case, then it doesn't matter. You're going to make it back 100% of the time. Quickly as hell.
No, you don't get it. You don't get it because, like I just said to you, people who have tried to make business in there, some have gone bankrupt, and Richard Branson almost went bankrupt. He had to sue British Airways. So there's lots of things going on that you don't seem to know about, and it's not as easy as you think it is. It's a lot of money, yeah. Pensions for your staff, insurances for the plane in case there's an accident. There's a lot to take into running.
You have all that money.
Hang on, don't interrupt me, please. Running an airline business isn't as easy as you think it is. All right.
Jesus
Lots
Christ.
of responsibilities going on.
You're arguing against yourself now, dude. You guys were the ones arguing that they're charging this thing that is non-existent, and they're actually using they're not using as much fuel as they say they're using.
Correct.
So they're making a shit ton of money. They can easily pay for pensions and all. They can pay, everything you said was it makes it difficult. It's not difficult. They're getting free money, absolutely free money because they're charging people for something that's not existent. Yes, that's my point.
Right. They're getting free money.
That's my point. So what you're saying is not a problem.
Doesn't sound feasible. Doesn't sound feasible. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but that's indeed what's going on. You need to look into it, and you'll see how feasible it is. Okay, and I'd like to see you go and start an airline business and get the loan and the money and the capital to actually do that and get all the planes required to run your set routes that you want to use, the routes that you want to fly, have the relevant number of planes and the maintenance schedule. It's not an easy undertaking, even if it is free money that you're going to be trying to make, sir. It's not an easy business to do, I guarantee you. Right, let me post that material anyway, because, obviously, some people might be interested.
Do you think there's any cost associated with lying about
whether
the planes use jet fuel?
Always bringing the news to shock your world. Jen CB.
Hi, Coach Aaron. I'll get back to you soon. Thank you.
Flat earther you're ever going to meet. Thank you. Thank you.
Calling somebody?
Flat earther you're going to meet. Smashing the heliocentric model to smithereens every day of the week, 365 days of the year.
Somebody on the phone?
The year 2022, where we, the flat centrists, under the psychological magnifying glass, and ask them, why is it they want to believe in things they cannot prove regarding the heliocentric model, the lack of curvature, the lack of the actual spin, and the vacuum of space without a barrier, air pressure without a barrier in the vacuum of space.
You making a phone call
to believe in that? Not me at all. I'm not making any phone calls. I don't know who that was, but that was not me.
Can you prove the jet fuel hoax to us, please? If you're somebody who doesn't.
Well, you need to look at the material. I brought the material to your attention. You wouldn't have heard of it.
Do you mean the video?
Today, to you guys, I presented several videos that will help you discern whether it's true or not.
Does that mean if somebody presents a video? just to understand, does that mean if somebody shares a video that they've proven something? Is that your assertion?
No, not necessarily. No, not necessarily.
Okay, just if Jin
But
presents a
it would
video,
depend.
then it's evidence.
It would depend on the material therein. So I suggest you take a look at the material, and then you can discern for yourself. That's all you need to
Right.
do. It's not a difficult thing to do, sir. Very easy.
Okay.
Very easy.
So
indeed.
so you prove something by showing a video sometimes. Is that the idea?
Sometimes a video of a certain subject matter would be sufficient to convince people, and then you can still go and confirm it for yourself if you wish. And then there are other times when a video will just not do, and again, who decides that? It's down to the individual. I mean, come on. That's down to the
Right.
individual.
So sometimes just showing a video is enough. When is it sometimes enough to just show a video, and when does sometimes you need to?
That's how long is a piece of string, sir? How long is a piece of string?
Does it depend on whether it's you sharing the video or other people? Because it feels a bit like it does.
Again, how long's a piece of string? Because anyone who's got any information and they wish to share it, they're going to use several means, of course. Citations, if they're available.
Right. Do you have any citations available?
Information of request documents, if available. Videos, if available. Photographic evidence, if available. Okay. Now I'm bringing to you the jet line, the jet fuel hoax. Now I brought my material that I brought to bear are the several videos that I posted earlier. Now each video takes a different angle, but they all come to the same conclusion. They're running.
So how many videos would I
air.
need to show you before I've disproven that?
It would. I don't know. I don't know really. I mean, I just can't answer that really. Cannot answer that.
So it seems kind of a little bit
you need to look at
mushy.
what I've said first, and then if you are dissatisfied with some or another, then we can discuss that, hopefully amicably.
I guess I am.
Without monologuing forever and whatever and ever and ever. So, I mean, that's just that, mate. At the end of the day, how long's a piece of string? I just put it to your attention, something we discussed back in 2017, me, Merle, and the others on the Hangout, which would be Poncho Pete, Flat Earth Dude, and several other, GB Jedi, and loads of us. We discussed it for several months. Dave Hawaii, 109. 109. We discussed it for several months. It was such a shock that, many arguments we were having and debates and, heated and, that's how it is. But I'm bringing it to your attention now here to see what your responses and reactions are. And it
doesn't seem like very good evidence, is my response. Seems like terrible evidence. Seems like
well, I don't think you've looked at any of the
videos aren't good enough.
At the end of the day. So fine, you're entitled to your cog dissonance, separation anxiety syndrome, or disorder behavior. That's fine, but if you're looking for integrity and the interest of the truth, you would look at the material.
You said it's a kind of how long is a piece of string. This piece of string seems pretty short, is what I'm getting at.
Well, never mind. Don't bother looking. Carry on living in your fantasy world. That's how it goes. Carry on.
Both of us will.
No problem, sir. I'll discuss this with other people, and other people will think, there might be something in that. Let's have a look.
Yep.
You can take a wally to water, but you can't make it suck on eggs.
That's a great metaphor. That really elucidates the problem, because we all have always tried to make a wally suck eggs, and we know how difficult that is.
Suck on eggshells.
Well, there you go.
What about you, Jerry? Do you reckon that planes lie about how much fuel they put on board? Do you think this is a good amount of evidence for a claim?
I haven't seen any of the videos, but I am sure that Jin is convinced in his position, and he's just putting out some information for us, and there's going to be a debate back and forth. We all need to come to our own conclusions and just weigh it out. And wherever you land is...
I'm just posting some material that I got. That, if you're thinking about starting a business, this is what happened to some famous people who get into that business and make a success of it, and they also went bankrupt. But Richard Branson, he didn't give up.
So that it must not be so easy to just fake, using fuel. It seems like that kind of debunks itself. Then that easy street that you're claiming airlines have of selling one thing and doing it much easier. It seems like if it were really that easy, then anybody could do it. And if people are getting into the business and they're going bankrupt, then it may not be so cheap. It might actually cost money to fly planes.
Well, I don't know. You haven't looked into the material. I'm posting the material as to why they went bankrupt, and certain allegations were levied and claimed as to why they did go bankrupt. You need to look into it. You're not into that. You haven't got an integral bone in your body, sir. You're displaying cog disc. Just look at the stuff, man. Look at the material before you speak, sir. Look before you leap. Don't just leap without looking.
I'm saying that your position, your argument is not consistent.
My position is solid as a rock, mate. My position is solid.
You're saying it's both difficult to run an airline, and it's also extremely cheap, and they charge too much.
Damn you, man. Damn you, man. Look at the material. Damn you. The audacity of the man.
Have you looked at the material, Jen? This isn't clickbait.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look. Did you not hear me say I discussed it several months with my colleagues on the Hangouts? Yeah, of course. That's why I brought it to you guys.
I think it's possible you could discuss something for months without getting any closer to the topic,
revealing the truth and bringing us into knowledge, uplifting our lives in some way. But some of you people cannot be uplifted. You're so in your world of degradation, devaluation, depression, indoctrination. It's just impossible to pick you up with the news. Have a look at the material. Have a look at it. Remember, you're not really attacking me as such. You're not attacking me. You're attacking the information, not me. Okay? Look at the information. Don't attack me. You can't attack me. I will destroy you. You can't attack me. I'll destroy you. You delusional globehead. Come on. Don't try that. Look at the material. Focus. Concentrate. Find that integral body, that integrity in your body there. Find it. Stop displaying cognitive dissonance in a desperate manner.
So, Eggshells, your position on his on his evidence for him.
I love this game.
Is what?
Generally,
what is your?
If Jin's saying it, it's probably debunkable within seconds. That's my position generally when Jin opens his mouth.
But from what he presented, what is your problem with what he presented?
It seemed like the strongest of his arguments was that when loaded fully with fuel, the wings should bend more than they do, which implies that an amount that they bend has been measured and that they should be has been calculated, and the two don't match. And when pressed on the question of how much do they bend and how much should they bend, he did not have an answer. If the entire argument rests on that one thing, but you haven't measured how much they bend and calculated how much they should bend, the entire argument is broken. It's an argument presented without evidence, so I'm dismissing it without reason.
What do you think about that, Jim?
The fact is the situation still stands, and that is aircrafts are really running on compressed air because the main aircraft in question in these videos is the Airbus A380. This thing that's supposed to carry 260. Don't interrupt. I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking, did I? 60,000 liters. Okay, that's how much they're supposed to carry. Now, of course, they spread that amount of fuel across the whole plane, underneath the belly, the tail area, and then the wings. The question is that the wings look too small to hold the amount of fuel that they were supposed to be holding. Okay, and each engine using 1 liter a second. Okay, so they did the maths. They measured the aircraft wings, and they said there's no way that amount of fuel could go into these wings. And then the weight of that fuel was likened to 12 double-decker buses on each wing, right? And they said if indeed that amount of fuel is in the wings, then there should be some noticeable flex in the wings when it's parked up, fully loaded. So they took an empty aircraft and overlaid the aircraft of the same model over the wings, over the forward aircraft, and the wings were in the exact same position, showing no flex. So they're thinking, well, that would be impossible, because if the weight, the wings should be flexing, but they were indeed exactly at the same height. No compression of suspension or the wheels or anything. The wings didn't flex at all. So it raised the question, is there that much fuel in that plane? You see, this is what they were saying. And then they showed you the aircraft's design of the jet engine and explained how it's possible that they're running on compressed air. And they demonstrated
how much,
as well for you.
How much compressed air would it take?
And
again,
how much space does that compressed air take? For that information.
And how much weight would that compressed air take?
I didn't memorize that.
If it's compressed air, aren't you just going, we're not using jet fuel, but you're still going to need tanks of air, right? Which have weight and volume.
Why would you need tanks of air? It's using the air in the atmosphere. That's where the air's coming from.
Oh, now I see.
Yeah, there's a method of compressing it.
It's using the air in the air in the atmosphere. It's going through the turbines of the engine. It's being compressed. It's being compressed in the engine.
If there's a method of compressing it on board, you're using energy
coming out the back.
Like, do we not know thermodynamics? You never get ahead. Like, if you're compressing air on board to use compressed air for thrust, you're wasting energy. Just use the energy you're using to compress the air to drive the plane.
You don't understand.
Why would you be turning it into another thing to turn it back into compressed air?
You're displaying a little bit of ignorance, sir.
Unless it's a more efficient system.
But that's thermodynamics describes that you can never get. That's over unity. What you're talking about is a free energy device, right? If I can get more thrust out of compressed air than the energy it takes me to compress the air, that's an over unity device. Why don't we have them powering everything? Yes,
you've got it wrong. You don't understand the principles of a jet engine. You don't understand it. That's what you've just displayed.
I think I probably could draw and describe the function of a jet engine better than you. They do compress air, but they lose energy doing so. The cowling at the front of it.
You have just
okay, I guess we're not interrupting one another.
Your ignorance,
this is a demonstration of how we don't interrupt. There is
you keep on talking
a jet engine does compress air, but it does so with the cowling at the front, right? So it's got that rounded like shape at the front, and then what it does is it feeds it through the start of the jet turbine, which is, I guess this is Jin not interrupting still, and then it feeds it through jet turbine, which if you look at it in a sort of cutaway diagram, compresses it down, but that costs it energy, that costs it forward thrust. It's just, it gives it extra bang for its buck, because then you add jet fuel to the mixture, ignite that jet fuel, and the overall expansion of that at the end gives you a net positive.
I will reiterate what I said earlier,
like
and that is this.
Shape in the middle
Once the aircraft is in flight from taking off, it uses its forward motion, which it gained from the fuel in the first place, to now use the air that's coming forward from the speed. We are talking 600 miles an hour. So that's a lot of force. So it's easy to sustain that flight. And indeed, if it loses it, they can use some of the fuel to regain flight. We're saying that they're not using as much fuel as they're claiming, is what we're claiming here in this video.
For any amount that's adding in compressed air, it is losing velocity. You're losing energy somewhere in the system. There's no two ways about it.
It is not losing velocity. It is not.
Of course it is, dude.
Okay, then it's expending more energy than it's gaining. There's no way to gain speed without expending energy. You don't maintain thrust with a headwind.
The thrust coming out of the back is very powerful from the air, because it's being compressed and thrust out. The way the turbines
so Jerry,
work,
what are your thoughts on Jin's
the way
claim?
The turbine,
Does it seem rational to you?
The way the turbines work
to the laws
is
of
that they suck the air from the front and force it out the back through rotor blades that compresses the air, which actually generates heat, and it thrusts the aircraft
generates
forward.
Heat now.
Okay, yes, it does, because of the compression.
Two bits of bang for your buck.
Heat is generated through friction, as you well know. Blimey, you should know that.
Where does the heat? Where does the heat come from?
That's how it works.
Right.
And thrust.
That's what I'm telling you, dude. There's so much energy. The energy that it costs to, take this air and compress it, and the friction that you're using. This is taking energy from the system. The energy is coming from the momentum of the plane.
No, that's not what
planes are free energy devices. That's what we're learning.
Please note, folks, that I provided several videos on the topic matter. If anyone's interested at all, they would, in genuine quest for the truth, they would look at the material. Of course, you can discuss it, but you're going to look at the material to find out, could that be real?
Not.
Could
Sorry,
that be
not.
true?
That's just not true.
That's what you're going to do.
Jerry,
Could
what do you
that?
think? Where do you stand on the claim? You asked the question.
Right now, it seems like an unfalsifiable position, so I'm going to have to look at it. I'm going to have to look at the evidence.
Who are you addressing? Who are you
addressing? I'm addressing Mr. Eggshells.
Yeah. Do you think it's a robust sounding claim that planes are free energy devices that pump out more energy than they take in?
I think it's intriguing.
Who are you addressing that to? I think
I'm going to have to look at.
Good on you, Jerry.
I'm going to have to look at the evidence.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to look at what Jin presented.
Well, look into it. Just look into it.
The only thing you would need to interrogate from this, Jerry,
you're laughing on the other,
which is the most interesting bit about it, is does this adhere to the same laws of thermodynamics that he needs to refute the existence of space? If high energy always goes to low, can you have freely low energy, i.e. open air that is uncompressed, go to high for free?
No.
Of course you can.
Thank you very much.
It's being sucked in. The
doesn't
turbines
make any
are sucking.
sense whatsoever.
No, you haven't got a clue, have you? Because once you have forward motion and the front of the turbines are sucking the air in, and as it goes through the turbine at the back, it's then being forced to the back to several other turbines, which compress the air and forces it out the back as you have your forward motion. It's so easy. It's like swimming. It's like you're swimming, you know. As you drag forward, you kick out the back, you got your forward motion. It's easy. So easy. You just don't understand it, that's all.
Yeah,
Ignorant.
I don't understand. You're right. It sounds like a violation of fundamental laws.
No violation at all. It's a violation of the purse in your pocket, stealing your money. If that's what's going on.
Can high energy go to low? Sorry, can low energy go to high? Can low pressure gases go to high?
Sequitur, not related to the topic matter. So you can answer that one yourself.
You need it to be a non-sequitur, don't you? Don't want to deal with that one.
Non-sequitur, straw man, waste of time, and typical cognitive anxiety.
I advise everybody, don't ever take your physics lessons from Jin.
Yeah, you know what happens whenever? Do you know what happens when a sail of a ship is going against the wind that is directed at that sail? What happens is the sail is given momentum in the opposite direction. Okay, that it was trapped. Then it's facing. It goes in the opposite direction. Okay, so if you have something like the exact same mechanism that is just shooting air into the front of a ship or front of a plane, and it's the plane's compressing the air by this really strong force. It's doing the exact same thing as a wind does on a sail. At the same time as the air is being compressed by the ship, by the plane. I'm sorry. It's also pushing the plane in the other direction, which is AKA slowing it down.
It's not slowing it down. There is no way it is slowing down the aircraft because the turbines are sucking the air through their rotation. So it's
just
not
outright
slowing
rejection.
the aircraft down.
Okay, can I ask you a question then, Jim?
The aircraft whatsoever because they
Jim,
fly
can
at
I ask you?
600 miles.
Can I ask you a question then, Jim?
Flight is sustained. Don't ask me what I'm talking. When I'm finished, you may. The turbines are sucking the air through the jet engine. Okay, so there is no air actually force blowing. The air is sucked through. It's being sucked to create the force back. That's the beauty of the turbine engine. Okay, beautiful.
So Jin, is a plane therefore more efficient with a headwind because it's able to compress more air, or is it more efficient with a tailwind? Does it move more efficiently?
Again, it's a non-sequitur question, not worthy of my answering that question. So you can shove that where the sun don't shine.
So you don't know, or no difference, or
no? I'm not going to comment on that one.
If it's
actually.
compressing
not
the air that's coming in the front, isn't more air coming in the front better? So the stronger the headwind, the more efficient it'll be?
I'm not going to answer that question. It's up to you.
You're not able to or not going to?
It's
I'm
not.
able to.
I'm just not going to answer that question.
Okay, go
because
for
I
it.
think
Go
it's
for
not
it,
fair.
percentage.
They would close
There you
like
go.
the intake at the front when they have a tailwind.
Yeah.
They would close the intake at the front. So they're going to have a tailwind, which presumably is still going faster then, right? We would agree that a jet aircraft is traveling faster than any known tailwind. But they're going to close this magical over Unity free energy device intake.
Whoa.
You don't have to say it like that. But yeah, if
Billy,
there's going to be a threshold.
Is it inaccurate to say it like that, or is it just that I'm mocking the claim?
You're just mocking. You're just mocking at the end.
Right,
of
but
the
I'm
day,
not
mate.
accurately mocking the claim that is this an over
You're
Unity
not
device?
accurately mocking the claim at all because there
Suffice
is
to say
some.
that there's going to be a threshold at which they deem enough tailwind means that they don't have to have this intake and compressing the air to propel.
Tailwind or headwind?
Tailwind. If
Well,
they have
you
enough
said tailwind,
then
didn't
they
you?
can close the head, close the intake at the head so that they don't need to compress air because they have enough speed from the tailwind. Or maybe
There
they'll
you
reduce
go.
it a little bit,
Right.
Yeah.
But it should be more. It should be getting more forward thrust the more headwind it's getting, right? If it compresses air by air going in the front of it.
Well,
If-
yeah, this is why they
tailwind be
get to
more
their
efficient for
destinations very
something that-
quickly. You see.
Maybe it's a magic device. I'm asking too many weird questions about something that's clearly fictitious.
This
It's
is
not fictitious.
impressive.
It's right there. It's right there in your face, mate. Not fictitious. What's the material?
This is really impressive. I dropped out for 45 minutes. I come back and we're still talking about compressed air.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
thinking.
It's a beautiful topic, mate. You see.
That's what I was thinking
I
too.
bring the
I
information
joined in
to rock
again.
your world.
Let's change
I always
topic.
bring the information to rock
Sure.
your world. That's what I do.
Change the topic, guys. Come
Change
on.
the topic, yeah.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it?
No,
I mean,
not really.
I think
Not
it's
really.
riding
It ain't
was
really.
the one that
It ain't really
Riding found
interesting
it
at
so
all.
fascinating. he couldn't
Andy's
drop
usually
down.
so charitable, the
It's
gin.
actually as boring as batshit, if I'm being completely honest.
Well,
Boring.
never mind.
Bandy's had a-
Riding is the one that
Bandy's
was
had a
keeping it
drink.
alive for you.
What would you like to talk
Riding was
about,
keeping
Bandy?
it alive
It
for you.
is at Gene. I swear to God, it's as boring as batshit. You don't like
I'm
what
with
the
Bandy.
airlines
Well,
are
never
doing.
mind. You're
Don't
as
use
boring as
them.
back.
Yo,
I
Banzo, be the change you want to see.
heard
I
you
can
double
get
speak.
shoes,
I've heard you
do
double
whatever
speak.
it
You could
takes.
work it a week.
Do
I've
whatever
heard
it
you,
takes.
change your position left, right, and centre.
Who really
Boring as
cares?
shit.
There's
Telling
more
you shit,
important
man.
things. Now, I want to know, is the Pope really Christian? What do you think
And
about
that's
that?
boring as back. There you go. That's
Right?
boring as bullshit.
Hey? Well, you want
I
to
do
talk about
sometimes.
compressed air? What the hell?
Whoa, it's a scam. It's leading to a
It
scam.
ain't a scam. They fucking put
You
fuel
have
in the
looked into
fucking
the material.
planes, they wind up their fucking engines, and they take off. Right?
You are talking from
Scam.
cognitive dissonance.
Yo,
I'm getting
the
scammed having to
papacy
listen to fucking
talk about a
compressed air
load
for
of
45
compressed hot
Your
air.
position
That's the
is one of
scam.
cognitive dissonance at this point, and you find it boring, but you're still talking about it. There you go.
You're the one
Yeah.
talking.
No, you're the one.
Yes,
You
no.
said your
45
story was
minutes.
bullshit.
I came back and you're still
You
talking
were
about
talking
the
about
bloody
dog
stuff.
shit. And you
I think
mentioned
we could.
Yo,
I think
Banzo,
we
you find
could.
it so interesting you're
compressed
talking
air.
about it.
I think we could pair. I think we could power like most of an air force off Jin's hot air.
Oh, you better believe it. I take that as a compliment.
Jin, how do you have so much time, by the way? I thought you were a teacher.
He doesn't
Sorry?
teach much.
Sorry?
Let's not get
How
You know
do you have
what's
the
really
time?
interesting? You know what's really interesting, actually?
Unnecessary, guys. Come on.
What I found out.
No, I'm sorry, Percentage. If he's going to sometimes call me a cunt without getting pulled up on it, I'm pissed. I'm taking the piss out of him. I'm
Let's
not
be
gonna
real.
stop.
You
I'm
deserve
sorry.
to be called a cunt sometimes.
You know what's really interesting?
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
watching this.
But I'm going to take the piss out of him.
I'm watching
Go
this
on, sorry,
series
Andy.
called Vikings.
Come on,
I'm watching
make it
this series called Vikings. I don't know if any of you guys have seen the
Oh,
series.
that's a
Vikings.
great
Fantastic.
series. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you know what's really impressive? I think it's in the first series, though. But they actually navigate just using shadows. It's actually pretty impressive how they navigate across the great oceans from Norway to England, just using shadows. This round wooden disc with a little pointer up in the middle with some circles drawn around it, and they put in a bucket of water, and they just used the shadows and how the shadows are cast on this wooden. That was actually fascinating to me.
It's pretty good. I mean, it operates on the same idea of a sextant taking a side of the sun. It'll give you your latitude, but not your longitude. But they don't need the longitude because, provided they're at the right latitude, you just sail west and you'll hit it.
Yeah. But
I hope whoever engineered it for them feels bad. It's like a nuclear bomb equivalent today if you're like a nuclear scientist. Because you're helping killing people.
I tell you what, the Vikings had bloody balls back then. They had bloody stone kahunas as stones. Those guys that set off through some of the territory that they set off to try and conquer lands. Got a bit cocky though. They got a bit cocky, I must say, and came unstuck in the end. But still, they had a pretty good dream. Pretty good dream.
Do any of you guys feel like you were born in the wrong era?
Man, it would have been pretty cool to be born back there. Bloodthirsty women just ready for the taking
Sounding a little bit rapey there, Bandy.
Whoa.
Live stream.
What that guy said, I totally disagree with. Okay, I'm not into raping women.
Who said they were into raping women? No one said they were into raping women.
Oh, I don't
know. Just borrow them.
Ready for the taking. Ready for the taking. That doesn't sound like they're coming at will, does it?
Come on, you never heard a woman say, "Take me, take me, Jim, take me."
I don't think that's what Anglo women or Saxon women were saying to the Vikings.
They were running for their lives, no doubt.
And they kind of knew their place back then too, the women.
They did. As soon as their men were gone, they knew that.
I love this bandit. I love you.
They knew they were the spoils of
He's had a couple, hasn't he?
Who, me? Never.
Yeah. You weren't like this in the morning.
Mate, I'm never like this.
Not morning here where we are. We're not in morning here, Di. Okay. We're in the evening
beautiful band, so.
Wow. And the Vikings,
they knew they were the treasures.
Beautiful. Oh God, they were beautiful.
Trim booty came from.
And well groomed. They were very well groomed too.
According to this historical document. I heard this. I remember doing this shoot with these Icelandic women, and they were beautiful. And I was talking to them, and I must have said something to that effect. And like, well, you know why we're beautiful? Because all the Vikings went and stole the attractive women from England. I looked around at these two English birds who were on the same shoot, and I was like, I cannot disagree with you. I'm not sure if that's like anthropological, epidemiological, or whatever, but it seems accurate.
To be fair, the Icelandics are Norwegians, and there was more the Danes that were doing a lot of the raiding, and obviously some of the Norwegians. But probably a stretch. The Icelandics didn't really do much raiding,
didn't they? There you go.
Nah, they were way out, and they were in the boonies.
Tell that to these stunning, misinformed Icelandic girls.
Tell that to Vikings season 4 when Floki finds Iceland.
Don't ruin anything.
No, I'm not. The Norwegians definitely discovered Iceland, and they definitely went there and settled.
Yeah,
don't have a problem with that.
They didn't go a Vikinger.
But they didn't go a Vikinger. They were Norsemen then. The Icelandics were Norse. They weren't really a Viking.
They looked pretty Viking when they first arrived. Pretty bloodthirsty. Sacrificing goats to Odin and Loki and Flery.
Oh, you didn't sacrifice goats to Odin. You'd hang people for Odin.
Oh, yeah, 100% you sacrifice goats to Odin. And occasionally, once every 7 years, you have to sacrifice 7 of everything. And that included 7 human beings as well, which people surprisingly volunteered for it. I found that surprising.
If you read Snorky's Ring of Eber, it talks about sort of the sacrifices to Odin. And one of the things that they used to do in battle is they would have what's called, if they won the battle, they'd have what's called a hanging tree. And that's where they would hang loads of bodies from the tree in honor of Odin.
Yep.
Thor, you definitely sacrificed a lot of goats to Thor, and that's in remembrance of the 2 goats that pulled the thunder chariot.
Okay, they're pretty impressive gods. Why don't we have gods like this, Riding? Why don't we have cool gods like this where we can make sacrifice virgins and all this type of stuff? We need gods.
I think that was some of what the Vikings used to say about the Christian God, where they're like, "What? The Christian God got like attacked by the Romans, and he just like put up with it and died."
Yeah, exactly.
You have a God that was sacrificed and murdered by mortals, and you still worship him. Why don't you pick a better one to worship?
Exactly.
In fact, one of the arguments that was done, and this was done during the sort of conversion period in Sweden, was, your God hung on a cross for 2 days and died. Our God sacrificed his eye, hung on a tree for 9 days and survived.
Yes. Yes. That's a real that's
that reminds me of American gods.
Yeah, that's a god's god.
That's exactly what the American god was parodying, was hanging from Yggdrasil. So Odin gave up his eye for the wisdom to take a draft of from the Mel of Mermit. That's why he lost his eye.
I just got to that bit in Assassin's Creed. Oh.
And then hung from the tree Yggdrasil for 9 days to gain power and more wisdom.
So basically, if you guys are looking for sacrifice, join Islam. Because
I'm always up for a good sacrifice.
A couple of sheep or camels or cows are sacrificed, and
a couple of bakri.
Yeah, but to be fair, Muhammad was a bit of a pussy as well. So
he was a gangster. He was such a gangster. Are you kidding me? You study the life of the Prophet, the Sirah. He is a straight up G.
Nah,
he's a bit sketchy, old Muhammad.
Nah.
The bastard couldn't even fucking write. Talk about an ignorant backwaters sheep herding, shepherdy kind of guy. They talk about Mecca as being some trade center when it was so far out of the way, not even the Romans could be fucking bothered to go there.
It wasn't.
You guys are actually really good. You guys are actually really good people to talk about this. I saw this doco from this guy who was saying he thinks that Mecca wasn't the birthplace of Muhammad, and that's one of the first things he starts with. He was saying it's described as this trade route, and Mecca was this backwater. It was described as having walls all the way around, and it didn't. It was described in all of these different ways, and they said he was saying he thinks it's Petra.
Yeah, and the river and the fig trees, this all conforms to Petra, which was on the main trade routes. Mecca was never a trade center because it was so far out of the way. No major empire ever bothered with Mecca. In fact, we have no record of Mecca. I think before the 4th or 5th century. There's nothing.
It's not supposed to be a trade. It wasn't a trade route.
But it was not that it was a trade route, but it was
the hub where people came for pilgrimage, but not necessarily for trade.
Oh no, it's described as a hub of trade as well.
No, maybe later it became for trade because so many people would come for pilgrimage, but it wasn't. It was kind of far away. There was a different town. I forget what it's called.
Why did somebody pilgrimage to Mecca before Muhammad? What was the pilgrimage for?
It was a big pagan site.
Yeah, they would go around it in a pagan type of ritual. They had a bunch of idols inside and stuff, and then Abraham reclaimed it for God.
Yeah.
No, Abraham didn't.
Abraham, yeah, he reclaimed it,
no.
And then
that was a pagan site up until the point of Islam. It was never a Judaic site ever.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was at some point.
You find me one piece of archaeological record that says that outside of the Quran, which is obviously a bag of shit. But you know.
Yeah, you gotta watch.
Shots being fired left and right.
Be
now.
respectful, at least.
Look how
Yeah,
dodgy.
foolish. Can you be a bit more respectful? There are a few Muslims here. I think.
Sorry
sadly-
to any Muslims, but I'm being as
This is a religion that
respectful
two
to the
billion
Islamic
people,
faith
you know,
as
follow.
the Islamic faith has been respectful to mine.
Just give your
But I will
honest opinion.
tone it down and make it a
Give
bit
your
more
opinion and criticisms, but don't be disrespectful, insulting, and whatnot. There's a difference.
I'll be a little bit nicer. I have more respect for Islam than I do for Christianity.
What? That's not better.
I hate everyone equally, foolish. Everyone equally.
I won't say it on the live stream, but there's a great line about that from Full Metal Jacket, isn't there? From that drill sergeant.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Now
You're
you
all
see,
equally worthless.
what do you
Yes,
think about
that's
that
how it
picture I just posted? Riding. Look how dodgy that looks.
Take off
That's
my
as
VR headset and
dodgy as
dip out
anything,
of
man.
this alternate reality.
Dodgy as.
Okay, so to answer your question, Druss, the Khuzestan Chronicle, which is a short Nestorian of Christian origin, was written no later than 660, and it calls it the Kaaba of Ibrahim. It associated the site with Ibrahim in the 7th century.
Yeah. No, but again, that's already in the time of Islam, and that's already in the time where there is already that view. I mean, one of the problems I have with Mecca being the original holy city, I think it was moved from Petra, is if you look at all the oldest mosques, they all point. None of them point to Mecca. They all point towards what seems to be Petra, and then you have the schism between the east and the west, and then you have the ones in the east. The ones in the west, not pointing to either Petra or Mecca. They kind of point in between. And the ones in the east are pointing to Mecca. And that doesn't start to happen till, the sort of early 8th century, late 7th.
Yeah, what's your point?
Yeah, that's exactly what this guy was saying. They were all pointing to Petra, and then they all start pointing in different directions. And then they're like current.
Sorry, I
is
might
it
have
a
misheard. What's pointing to Petra?
Old
Qibla.
mosques. Old mosques. Yeah, Qibla.
Yeah. No, they only started pointing to Mecca when, it was made as like a revelation that, they should start like in Muhammad's time.
No, it wasn't. The earliest mosques, none of them point towards Mecca.
Mind you,
They
I did
do,
find in that
because-
story something super interesting about flat Earth, because one of the mosques he points, he says, actually this is done by Muslims and it's a great circle route. It's not pointing directly at it on a flat map, it's pointing directly at it around a curved Earth. It would be actually out by a significant number of degrees if the Earth were flat.
Well, you can only have great circles on a flat plane.
Exactly. What? You can only have great circles on a flat. What now?
You said exactly.
No, I thought you were going to say you can only have great circles.
Too bad you're a flat earther
on a
now.
sphere.
No,
Oh shit! I'm a flat earther.
Welcome, Harry. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I mean, best flat earther. Hey, did you hear that planes don't use fuel?
No, they do. It's
Sorry.
just not a lot.
Well, I wouldn't think it would take an awful lot of fuel to run a compressor. But hey, I'm not a Rolls-Royce compressor maker. Maybe these are super duper fucking compressors that need 75,000 litres of
Anyway,
fuel.
let's get back to the history. The history stuff was more fun. It was just a passing shot.
I know.
It was a drive-by.
I will apologise. I was probably a little more vociferous on the points of Islam than is maybe reasonable in this server. But you kind of get my feelings on the topic.
Yeah,
I truly believe actually monotheism is a force for evil in the world.
Yeah, I don't like
You were lucky you did that. You were lucky you did that, Foolish. I've just called off my hitman.
Oh, I'm scared. Don't call him off. Send him over. I'll beat the fuck out of him.
Yeah, he's lonely.
Give me a cuddle. Who's he calling?
Ghostbusters, I think.
So, what was your view then, percentage on this idea of Petra being the birthplace of Muhammad? Do you think it would be possible for like modern Muslim
Where is Petra
leaders
exactly?
to? It's like Jordan. Obviously, it's in Jordan,
Yeah.
sort of northwest of Mecca. Not far. It's only like a couple of 100 meters. That was another one.
Oh.
The story of so and so who lived in Jordan. She was from a small community in Jordan, and then she wanders down to the what's the name of the stone? Not the Kaaba. Is it the Kaaba? The black stone?
Yeah, the Kaaba. Yeah, you got it, Kaaba. Yeah,
A broken black stone because it's been shattered into lots of pieces.
Yeah, but she goes down and like pledges herself, and she's a member of this community, and she like goes down and gives a detailed account of exactly what happens while she's gone, and only a week passes or something, and it's like, oh no, only a day or so passes, and it's like this is an afternoon jaunt for her, but if it was really Mecca, she'd be going like 300 kilometers one way,
It's
like 600 kilometer round trip or something.
It's over 1,000 kilometers as the crow flies from Petra to Mecca.
Right. So they were saying it would have been basically for an elderly lady, it would have been nigh on a sort of life-ending journey, and she does it in an afternoon for fun, not for fun, but to pledge herself to somebody.
Yeah, right.
Or the place she's pledging herself, where the Black Rock is in Petra, and then she's just down the road. Do you think it would be possible that the Abbasids or somebody changed the place that it was because it gave them more geopolitical power?
I think that's all religion is. Writing.
Yeah, it's all about control. I mean, I've heard everything said so far. I've heard all this before, and it does raise a few questions, of course, as to whether you can believe if all these religions are real. But it just makes you think that it's all man-made at this point. You know,
of course, religion is man-made. It feeds on the fear of the unknown, and it fuels the fear of the unknown that people have.
Yeah. Takes an unknown you're a little bit afraid of, which is not existing anymore, and turns it into a bigger fear, which is burning in hell for eternity.
Yeah. And we have all the answers. We can get you through to a safe place where you can rest peacefully. That's all.
Paradise. It's paradise. It says paradise. And in the Islam religion, I think, you're going to be showered with 7 virgins or whatever when you pass on, if you indeed fit that bill, if you've done well in your life. This is one of the.
Well, it's unclear whether you get virgins or a bunch of grapes.
That's right. I've heard that too. They're like, actually, the old Arabic, it's not so clear which one's which.
I don't know.
Imagine how ripped off you'd be if you turn up in heaven and this guy just hands you a bunch of grapes. You're like, oh, well, I can't wait for my virgins to feed me these grapes. And they're like, yeah, about that.
What, my 77 virgins?
Yeah, it's like, no, they're grapes. You can keep eating them, though. I'm not a fan of grapes. I tell you what I am a fan of, though, and that's them virgins. Yeah,
you're hard pressed finding one virgin, let alone 77.
Yeah.
But you never know. It could all be true. You never know.
Yeah, it could be. But I mean, that story I think was come up with by somebody who's never slept with a virgin.
Or eaten a grape.
Or eaten a grape.
All it is a bunch of corrupted old wives' tales.
Seems like it. Seems like a more probable explanation than one of them is absolutely correct and all the rest are absolutely wrong.
Yeah, there was a chosen one, the God or Muhammad or Buddha or any one of these people spoke to this one particular person, and with a bit of parchment paper and chicken blood, right, and a feather, they were scratched down to the word of the Lord, right, the word of our Saviour. Like, come
Sorry,
on.
I've put the appropriate meme up for you now. That GIF is in there just for you, Bansal.
He's one of us now. If Bansal's drinking, I need some more.
I think that's a bit of an unfair accusation to sort of class to throw at sort of Zen or Indian Buddhism, which isn't, which doesn't really hold that there is, a kind of that whole deity I am chosen. All it is, well, a guy who thinks he kind of finds enlightenment, Sarvata Buddha.
I disagree, Joss. I think you could absolutely defend that for Tao Buddhism. But for Zen Buddhism, where it goes back to this idea that he never passed through a birth canal and he had extra long stretchy earlobes and he at one stage levitated, it is getting into the sort of fantastical again. Tao Buddhism, where it's like, hey, try being chill to one another, maybe that'd be nice for a change. I agree with you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I normally split sort of Zen Tao, and then you've got Tibetan Buddhism, which really goes into, what I call the really religious view of Buddhism. Tibetan Buddhism is definitely religious.
Are these the ones that say that I want to come back as a grasshopper?
Yes.
Yeah, see, come on.
Tao Buddhism doesn't say that that's the truth. Tao Buddhism sort of says this is a useful way to think about other life like other beings.
There are but 64,000 ways to enlighten. This is but one.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's not whereas the more magical versions of Buddhism are like, oh no, you definitely go through these different cycles and you once were a rabbit and you soon will be and you never reach enlightenment, you just keep struggling for it.
Is that why I like carrots?
No, that's because you were in your past life a dung beetle.
Like, come on, it is also fanciful. Yeah. Like, and I got no problems with religion per se as being a form of self-reflection of, of where you've come from, where you are, and where you might be in the future. Not necessarily a heaven, but as in your own present life. I've got no problems with it. Used as a tool for self-reflection, try and better yourself. But yeah, the rest of it, nah.
You can't go down the Crystal Hitchens route. I don't mind you playing with your toys. You can play with your toys whenever you want, but don't bring your toys to my house and expect me to play with them with you.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. And any religion that has money as part of the sacraments to God, yeah, that ain't religion.
Yeah, it's starting to get a bit transparent at that point, isn't it? Like, he's all powerful. There's a great George Carlin bit on that, isn't it? Where he's like, he's all powerful, but he needs your money.
Interestingly, one of the reasons that Christianity grew very, very quickly in Rome specifically, and in the major cities, was because it was a free religion, and you used to have to pay to go into most of the temples.
They did the Fortnite model. They offered
what I call the crack model, which is, hey, try this a few times.
Have the first hit for free. Oh shit! Federal dropship. Hello, big boy. What are you made out of? Are these all your friends?
I was a young teenager, and I was brought up very strict Catholic. When I say very, very strict Catholic, and kind of got to the stage where I kind of would think for myself a little bit. And I think I've actually told writing this story myself. But I found it so vile. I found the religion so vile that this Catholic religion, one of the richest organisations face of the earth, little old ladies every single weekend had to have fates to raise money so they could buy a second-hand van, and so they can go buy ingredients to do their soups for their little soup kitchens. I found it absolutely, completely vile that the money just wasn't given to them by the religion that they followed. Absolutely, completely vile. And I completely turned my back on it almost immediately when I came to that realization that all the Catholic religion is about is money, period.
It's like the prosperity gospels.
Yeah. Oh my God. And when you hear some of the like collections that people have grabbed of what they say, where they're like, you know, I don't care if you're down to your last $20. Like, get that $20, then borrow another $20 from somebody else and plant that seed, and then that seed will grow, and then all of your financial woes will go away. And you're like, wow, you scum.
It was the credit card one that really got me. That's where I thought, my God, that's scum.
What were they saying?
And
Take
now,
out a credit card so you can do this money.
So they could do donations on credit cards.
Oh,
now
untaxed. Sorry.
It's not even considered a donation. My parents are very, very strong Catholics, and they actually have letters sent round to them each financial year, actually telling them how much they should be donating to the church, right? This is how much you should be donating, right? Always ordering them that, we know that you're on X amount of dollars, so we expect you to donate X amount of dollars each year, which I just think is just heinous, really.
Catholic Church in the UK is, well, from my experience, is not like that. My mum's side of the family were quite Catholic.
Yeah. But that's just my I've been tainted, obviously, with my personal opinion, and I carry that through. Like, I do believe in a creator and all that sort of stuff, trust, but I definitely don't follow any religion per se.
You don't think he needs to, stoke his bank balance?
No. He can stake mine if he wants. I've got no problems with it. If he wants to donate a few pennies here and there. But
it comes back to the classic question of Thomas, which is, could I be wrong? And I think the answer to that question is one of the most interesting answers when you ask that of people, when they're talking about a position and could they be wrong?
Not when it comes
you asked me that, and I said, no, I cannot be wrong.
Yeah. And that is a good indication of somebody who's wrong, is what Russ, I think, is probably going to get towards.
It's rational and irrational, because as human beings we're fallible. Unless you're
I took all that into consideration. I
would argue, Just, that anybody who's certain of a position will be less likely to be right for a variety of reasons.
That's wishful thinking, in my opinion.
Right. I can present you my reasons, though, and you can argue against those.
It's still wishful thinking. Thinking.
Well, listen to his reasons, and then attack his reasons. That would probably be a good stance to take.
So one of them is exactly that. You are less likely to want to listen to other people. If you've got an opposing opinion, you want to argue against it, rail against it. And like, we would all agree that if I thought it's like the Monty Hall. Oh, no, I won't go to the Monty Hall thing. If you don't know which of these, 100 doors is going to open up and lead to a jackpot, but you're stuck picking one door and certain of it, your chance of getting a door right is 1 in 100. But if people come along and present arguments to you and you go one way or the other, changing doors, they open one and they don't find it there, and you are willing to change that door, you're more likely to end up in a door that's correct. The other is, if you are very convinced, you'll pick a very small stake and say, this is correct. Like, if I say maybe Hinduism is correct, but maybe it's wrong, maybe Christianity is correct, maybe it's wrong, maybe there is a God, maybe there's many gods, maybe there's no God, I'm right regardless of what the truth is. But if somebody says, no, it's definitely Seventh-day Adventist, like this particular sect, you're staking out on this giant battlefield or possible landscape of truth, you're picking this tiny little patch and going, this is the patch where I'm going to find some gold. And that just probabilistically is wrong. So you're going to be more resistant to hearing other arguments and more likely to be wrong with your first choice because you're picking a smaller area. So the more certain you are of something, the less likely you are to be right.
Right, I shall rebut that. Now, I didn't interrupt you at all when you spoke. You said everything, and you got to the end of your...
Okay, Jim, just get on with it. Don't tell him not to...
No, I'm just
laying
down the ground rule. I'm just laying down the ground rule here, yeah? Because I let him speak, and he got to the
I
end of
can't
his
speak. Just speak. Don't
same respect. That's all I'm asking. Shut up and let me talk.
Get on with it. Get on with
Shut
it.
up.
Get on with
Shut
it.
up.
Get on with it.
Shut up.
Get on with it.
Shut
Get on
up.
with it. Get on with
Shut
it.
up, you
Get
Wally.
on with it.
Shut up, you Wally.
Get on with it.
That is not
Do a little bit,
analogous to the heliocentric model where I'm being asked, are you sure you're not wrong? Okay, you can't equivalent what you just said to that because I'm coming from your position already. You see, I was don't interrupt. I was coming. I came from your position. I grew up with the heliocentric model, and you know exactly from the indoctrination of our teachers. All right. So then later on in life, it's brought to my attention. Are you sure that's correct? Look at this stuff that you can't find. You're right. I'm not able to find the curvature or the spin or the are we in the vacuum of space? Okay. So I'm not. And after taking all that into consideration and all the evidence and the lack of evidence for my previous belief, I know I'm not wrong. Okay. Thank you.
So I'd like to follow that with a very quick question. So, do you think there are things that you don't know that could impact the things you think you know?
Definitely.
First of all, there are things that I do know, not that I think I know. There are things that I do know. That's the first thing you make there.
Don't avoid the question.
I'm not finished yet. And then for the things that I think I might know, I don't have those. I don't have those things that I think I might know. I know what I know, and the things I don't know, obviously, I don't know. Blimey.
But the question is, the things that you don't know, do you think that they could influence or change your opinion if you did know them?
Yeah, I mean, if they came to light, that's a possibility, of course. If they came to light,
there you go.
That hasn't come to light to date yet, though, regarding the heliocentric model and the flat Earth truth, as I keep saying.
I've got one more question for you, Jen, and then I'm going to leave you alone. Do you think knowledge equals truth?
What are you doing?
Absolutely.
No, and not necessarily, because you could know something and it could be a lie.
Good answer.
Yeah,
think about that.
That's my integrity.
Well, it depends how you define knowledge. I suppose a bit foolish.
But that was a straight answer. It's a fair question, and that's a fair answer.
Based on what Gus is saying, it dovetails perfectly into what I just said. Like, imagine your answer to every question was, I don't know. And your reasoning was because I don't know the things I don't know and how they affect the things I think I do know. Could you ever be wrong? Like, could you ever be wrong about any topic?
You'd be wrong about every topic.
I don't live my life in those.
But if your answer was, I don't know, how could you be wrong about that?
That's why I don't live my life in that way.
Yeah.
That's a confusing state of affairs, to be quite honest, and you'd be ending up in the loony house with that. You can't live your life properly. So you've got to go with what you know, until something else comes in to change your knowledge or improve your knowledge.
Exactly. Yeah,
That's
a really good answer. I just want to go on. I mean, for Banter, I'm just going to say, for me, knowledge is something that I tentatively hold as probably being true until evidence changes it.
Yeah,
so I'm just justified belief in that you have, that you hold to be true until other evidence then contradicts.
Yeah. Well, the actual definition, fact, information, and
you break it up a little bit.
The theoretical or practical understanding. So it's all about growth and learning and acquiring stuff. So your knowledge is always evolving, isn't it? It's an ever evolving thing.
Absolutely. And how good are you at evolving when you already know it versus when you're
there's actually a follow-up question on that, Riding to Banter, which is a good one to ask just on this. So if something is true, can it be false?
Well,
Of course not.
No, I wouldn't think so, because to me,
that's why knowledge and truth are not the same.
Yeah, because an apple's always going to be an apple. It's never going to be a pear, right? So that's truth, right? But yeah, knowledge can definitely change the way you look at things. Most definitely. I was having this conversation with my boys about 18 months ago, and I'd only actually recently found out this information myself, because when I was brought up at school, Truss, and we were learning about the Second World War in particular, it was all about us Western allies beating Hitler, right? And that's basically what I was taught, that us Westerners and our Western allies, we're the ones that defeated Hitler. Now, I never learned anything in school at all. And this is just me, my experience. Writing went to school a little bit later, so he may have had a slightly different experience. But I never learned anything about the Soviet Union's involvement in the Second World War. And
really?
And the dramatic effect that the Soviets had by attracting the Germans into the Soviet Union during the midst of winter, being able to cut off their supply line and demolishing about 50% of the German army, which gave us Westerners the chance to then defeat them. Yeah. The actual
they didn't do well in winter. Yes, that's correct.
the Soviet army themselves, lost about 20 million men. About 20 million men. It was absolutely, and I never learnt that at school, writing. I never learnt that at all. And it was actually,
we learned that at school. That what you just said there. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say Jen's about my age, a bit older than me, but yeah, I mean, I learned that at school.
I'm just saying my experience at school. I didn't. But obviously, different countries, different education systems, and all that sort of stuff. And obviously, we didn't have access to the information like we do now. But I found it absolutely fascinating. That
I found it.
I do remember hearing Russia defeated the Germans, but not necessarily the Russians defeated the Germans. Like it was the Russian winter that defeated the Germans. Almost.
Definitely was. But I found it horrifying. All that death unnecessarily. As a kid, couldn't make sense of it. And there was that time when during the First World War where Christmas came along and they actually stopped fighting and swapped chocolates and cigarettes, and then they went back to fighting after Christmas Day. I couldn't understand that.
And again,
I thought that only happened on I thought those stories later were found to be they did happen, but they were pretty rare and few and far between. And in most places, the fighting continued throughout. Yeah, it did. Yeah, that was my understanding.
There was specific little bits of it. I think it was. I can't remember exactly where, but yeah. I don't think it was every year. I think it was 1 year that they had.
And then they very discouraged it the next year.
Yeah. And it was such a different way of thinking back there. I know both my grandparents signed up for war quite willingly. That's exactly what they wanted to do. Now, if war broke out today, would I sign up to go to war? Not a chance in hell.
Not a chance.
No disrespect, Randy, you're too old. A bit like me.
Yeah, well, probably.
It's because you're more knowledgeable. You're more knowledgeable of what's gone on in the past, so you're able to make a coherent judgment.
It's not just that, Jim. I can't imagine actually pointing a gun at a total stranger and killing them. I can't imagine doing that. I just can't imagine it.
Yeah.
I think there's a difference between if your country's being invaded from the outside. I think there would be a lot more people that would take up arms to defend their home.
Absolutely.
But the concept of going to another place to kill people, that's where I think now we have a kind of a different cultural view. But if you look back at the First World War, the Second World War, or even the Boer War, which obviously the Aussies gave quite a few soldiers for, it was to fight for king and country.
Yes.
you know, and that loyalty to the state is not the same, you know. So, and I think it was the Second World War that kind of broke that down, and then you had sort of, you know, revolutions in culture, and really the reduction in the amount of you know, class system as we saw it. We suddenly realized that there should be a lot more equality in the world. And not that, oh yes sir, I got to tug my forelock for you, sir. Oh yes sir.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
we don't have that attitude, you know. And even Britain, which is probably one of the more, you know, class-based societies, certainly not as class-based as the Japanese, I'm sure Jim would say.
Or India, for that matter, as well, because India falls into that bracket.
That's more caste-based, and even that's
class.
really
Caste is class. It's the same thing, isn't it? I mean, come on.
Well, and you don't really get a choice. At least in our cultures, you can change that. But that's not really something that's pervasive now in metropolitan areas. That's going away. Yeah, you can go out to some rural boony places, and it's still pretty bad. But generally, it's not a problem. That sort of went away with sort of Gandhi, the 50s. And it started reducing down from there.
Yeah, but I found all that really horrifying. People dying unnecessarily, you know, in mud, trench warfare. What lunacy that stuff was.
Yeah, and you're spot on there, Truss, when you say if invaded, I think you'd have a slightly different attitude. And my grandfather served in Darwin, because, you know, Darwin got bombed, and he was up there defending Darwin from the Japanese, and you know, he's got some horrific stories. Well, he had. He's unfortunately he's no longer here, and it was a terrifying time back then. But yeah, you know, if your own country is getting invaded, yeah, it'd be a different kettle of fish. But to go and fight someone else's war on some foreign land, no, I don't think I could do that.
I mean, my dad originally, before he left, he was an officer in the Navy.
Yeah,
and you know, he fought in the Korean War, and yeah, then that was the reason he left today. I think it's what actually fucked him up as a human being, to be fair, because he was quite a fucked up human being.
Yeah, because he saw the horrors of war, of course, you know, and then he probably learnt the injustice of his actions and the actions of his country, and then of course it's going to send him mentally into, you know, a stressful state of mind. I'm not surprised to hear that.
Well, I mean, I think some of the places I've been, well, Jen, you know, I mean, I've been to some pretty tough places, and probably the worst I can think of is Sierra Leone and Monrovia.
Okay, there's some shit happening in Sierra Leone.
That was terrible there as well. That was terrible there. Yeah, absolutely.
You know, and you know, I spent time in the Middle East, and you know, I've spent time in Central America. And I've seen dead bodies on the side of the road. I've seen
me too. I've seen dead bodies
it does fuck you up.
Damn,
and it's been there for days. They're there for days, swelling up. That's the other thing. Fuck, ugly.
Bugger that for a good idea. Really?
Yeah. Well, the thing that blew my mind about this is, like, one of the things they talk about, like when you say about screwing people up, is like proximity to the person you killed seems to have an impact on PTSD. And then when I think about, like, okay, well, nowadays we shoot people with rifles, but not long ago, every death was deeply personal. The story I was watching, I like watching these history docos when I go to sleep now. One of them was about Richard Lionheart. And he and his brothers went to war against his own dad like twice, if I'm getting that right, Dross.
Yep.
Like and I'm like, what was that like as a soldier? Being like, oh, we've got to kill those people. Why? Oh, because he's angry at his dad, and that's his dad's army. Like,
well, Eleanor of Aquitaine was a lot to do with it. Who was his mum?
Crazy, isn't it?
Right. But it's just, I mean, it's weird. Like, what sort of purpose do you ascribe to that death and suffering when it's like, it's legitimately a family spat?
The crazy thing though was they'd march off to fields, and one would be on top of one hill, one would be on top of the other hill. Right, they camp there overnight, right, and then wake up in the morning and have their war. Like it seemed almost very gentlemanly, or these very
honourable.
rules
Very honourable death.
that you had
No,
to follow.
That's the romantic version, not the reality. Trust me.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking to myself, you know, the perfect time to fight your enemy.
The main goal of any army is to find an advantageous field for their forces.
Yeah.
So one of the things, if you look, Alexander the Great's one of my favourite because he always had one of two things and preferably both in a battlefield. One was to do it near a river, and the other was to have reasonably flat open land for his cavalry.
Yeah, and the direction of the sun as well would help. If you get the sun into their eyes, then you know you have an
So
advantage.
what was the purpose of the river truss?
Because it means you can border an army. An army can't get away from you.
Right. Okay. Okay. Then to box them in. Okay. Yeah.
And then the cavalry was the Greeks used to fight in what's called phalanxes, which is heavy infantry with long spears. And then the cavalry was used to sort of do what's called enfilade, which is to go around the side, flank them.
Yep.
And then start harassing them from different directions, or to protect the phalanxes from enemy cavalry. That's why a lot of the Persians used to use what's called cataphracts, which is camel cavalry, mainly because horses tended to be afraid of camels. One of the things that Alexander the Great did is he always made sure that there were camels accompanying his cavalry when they were traveling around, so they weren't scared of them.
Right. Interesting.
I like all the ingenious things they did because, the way you were describing Alexander the Great, who I haven't yet started reading much about, is quite similar to Hannibal, in that he would just like. He seemed like a coward to the Romans because he would just, if he didn't like the battlefield, he would just run away. This massive army that was bigger than them, or whatever. He had seed loads of territory. Just he's like, no, I will only take you on ground that suits me, and as a result, just repeatedly smashed way larger forces.
Yeah, that's right.
And hitting people when they weren't prepared was absolutely fine in medieval warfare.
Absolutely.
You had what was called the romantic rules of chivalry, which everybody wrote poetry about, but I don't think we have many good examples of people actually doing it. Which was a lot more about the personal view. But when it came to warfare, the idea is you kill all the peasants, you capture all the rich people, and you ransom them back and keep their stuff. Because horses were very valuable and armor was very valuable.
Yeah.
And that's why if you look at when they used to have tourneys, that was the whole point of a tourney, was it was a peaceful way for you to be able to capture your opponent's armor and a horse. And it was a very good way for people to make a lot of money if you were good at it. So, if you were a second son and you were good at jousting or good at melee, then that's a way that you could actually live a reasonable life rather than going to the clergy, which was normally the role of the second son.
Oh, yeah, fuck the clergy.
Okay.
And that's one of the reasons why things like, the sort of martial orders, like the Knights Hospitaller, the Knights Templar, blah, 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 Knights, the Holy Cross of Malta, became popular because it was a way for nobles to get into good warfare without, and still get away, a little bit of latitude. Yes, we're going to be celibate, but obviously, things happen sometimes. And it was a way for them to still live that martial life that made them feel a man. Yeah, it's medieval's not really my period, but it is still quite interesting.
It is interesting, though.
It's why I like the Battle of Agincourt so much, because it was one of the first time that lots of poor people killed lots of rich people.
Good.
Not in the middle of battle.
I wonder if people in medieval times also found that their headsets started running out of battery.
Is that time of night? Is it riding?
if they're sensible, they've got a little pack of batteries that sits next to their wireless receiver, so they can just pop in a new set.
Yeah, I've plugged myself in. I'll see how it works.
Well, I prefer radio wireless rather than Bluetooth wireless. Works much better.
Well, this is Oculus headset, so
I have no idea. I don't have an Oculus.
Goes into Wi-Fi.
Well, the nice thing about my headphones is they've got about 100-meter range, so they work at the other end of the house.
Right, I shall go and get some dinner. I shall bid you guys good day. Enjoy.
Right. It's been a pleasure as always, Gene. We'll catch you next time. Bro.
Yeah, catch you on the flip side. Thank you. Jet fuel hoax. Look into it. It's the real
Yeah,
deal.
we did.
They're ripping us off.
Found it kind of lacking.
Cool.
Hello. Did you know you can get a flight to Amsterdam for £1 from UK with £9 insurance? So the ticket's £10.
That's pretty.
And
good.
then taxes on top of that.
I think it was £10 at the full price when I looked.
Nope,
Was
you
years
have
ago.
taxes on top of that.
Right, but my point
When you
is,
fly-
it's not much of a rip-off, is it? If we can get a £10 flight to Europe.
No.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying before, Dawn. Like, you can get flights across Australia. They quite often have deals for $40, $80. Cheap as chips. Like, it costs you $300 or $400 in fuel to drive to some of these places.
I don't think it's a rip-off to us laymen, poor people. There might be some truth that they're inflating numbers to steal some fuel through corporations because they're obsessed with fossil fuel. Maybe.
Look, it wouldn't surprise me that their accountants are manipulating the books for the benefit of their shareholders. That would not surprise me at all. But at the end of the day, especially in this country, we have a bit of competition, so we're fairly fortunate with the price of flights. I think Percentage was saying before that in Canada the flights are quite expensive, but too bad if you're in Canada at the end of the day.
Oh, that's all I was saying. A good way to slowly steal fossil fuel without anybody knowing, if you're a corporation and you're at the elites. But I don't think it's a big compressed air hoax.
No.
Yeah, I'd just start stockpiling it. I'd just start making reserves of it. You don't need to lie about how much is going on board the plane.
Yeah, I'm sure they do
Make
that
it part
too.
part of your business strategy is we're going to take fossil fuels.
That rumor about the jet fuel thing has been around for years. Been around for absolute years. It's not new.
I agree, Eggshells. People are stockpiling it. And maybe the jet fuel hoax is just one extra way where they managed to stockpile a tiny bit more or whatever.
I think it's just a jet fuel hoax. It's just somebody loopy coming up with an idea and having a really bad way of testing it. They've got no way to It's to me the whole point of epistemology is to go, do I have a good way of knowing this thing isn't true?
My normal
Most
theory
of the
to
things
this
Jin says, and on that thing as well, if you ask him the one question that will discern whether you would know it's not true, he's not able to answer it. You say, how much should the wings bend? And
he can't prove it. I
answer.
know. My theory is all of these crazy conspiracies are born of a suspicious activity. So it points to something real, even if 95% of it is made up garbage.
Jin's just put more clickbait in the chat. Black man arrests the police.
I want to watch that, but I don't know if I've got time.
Well, I'll put it this way. I'll fast forward all the way through it, and at no place do I see a black man marching a copper off into the back of a typical van and driving him to the station.
I was hoping he was like kneeling on his back with doing a citizen's arrest or something.
Yeah. No, don't waste your time. Jin's already got me a couple of times now. He keeps on getting me this clickbait.
He doesn't check his own articles. Like I honestly think he just spams terms into Google grabs links and slaps them in the chat, having not even watched them.
I've got no problem if he wants to drop something writing about a particular topic. I've got no problems in watching it, but I've got an issue when you're asking him a simple question. Can you sum it up in 15 seconds, mate? Like, is it going to be worth my while to watch this? And when someone refuses to do that, and it's obvious why, because he admitted it himself at the end of the day, it was just clickbait that he put in there. I kind of think to myself, well, why the hell would I watch anything else you want to drop?
But I mean, that issue of saying, "Can you tell me what's in it?" has happened to me virtually every time he's posted anything. I have no idea which things he has and hasn't watched. There are sometimes he'll start quoting stuff from the thing he's posting, like, "Oh, you have watched this video." It'll be as easily debunkable as well. But it's like, yeah, if you're going to not even watch the links you demand me to watch, and they're fucking, some of them 4 hours long, 45 minutes long, 15 minutes of watching mid-conversation, and then he just sits there going, "Watch the fucking video."
I just want the short version. Just sum it up for me, mate. I've got better things to be doing. I'm watching.
Can't make a point in an argument. You don't have the point. You don't have the point to make.
I'm watching a thing that my son's sent at the moment. Gay frogs. So I'm watching that. So.
That's interesting though. The gay frogs one I find interesting because everybody took the piss out of Alex Jones for that. And then quietly a few years later, biologists and stuff started going, actually, no, he's kind of talking about something that is real, which is chemicals do leak and make these frogs gay.
Exactly right. So,
but I mean, I think like going back to this point of credibility is like, well, what does it matter if you're known for regularly saying easily debunkable things? I just get to the presumption that you're always wrong rather than going, oh, maybe he's right on this one. And you will sometimes be right, but will people be listening when you get to that one?
Well, that's why I wanted to go through those questions.
Yeah, sorry, I was interrupting a bit on those.
No, it was absolutely fine. I think we were both very on point. But it is, and it's funny, because I've asked him that set of questions before, and he's given very similar answers. But then, when you look at his actions don't follow those answers.
No.
I love him, Gin. I do love him, but he just infuriates me. So it's hard to have a conversation with. Like you can't have it's hard sometimes to have a good back and forth.
A rational conversation.
Yeah, so it does frustrate me, really. And then all of a sudden, someone might, interrupt just a little bit, and he'll spend 15 minutes telling you not to interrupt. It's just like, just get on with the point, buddy. Come on, that's how conversation.
Has he done it many times with you in the room, Bandy? I've heard one recording of it and also heard it once in person where he's in the middle of just a tirade. Nobody says a single word. Nobody said anything for like a good 30 seconds a minute. And he goes, "Excuse me, I'm talking." And he like gets really upset at this like imaginary interruption.
No. He actually has done that where there's been a radio playing in the background and it's the radio that's
maybe it's in his house then. I think it's in his head.
I lost it a couple of nights ago. I think you were there, writing, and I actually had to mute him. Right? And I told him that I'd muted him, right? And I said, just calm down, mate. You've got to let other people talk. I take him off mute. He hasn't skipped a beat, foolish. Yeah. It's like he hadn't shut up.
That happened with me and Jerry the other day. I think we unmuted him. So we muted him, and I said, "No, don't bother, because he's going to be still talking." And not realise anyway.
But like the person that
he has passion, though. I've got to admire the passion.
Oh, look, I give him credit. Like he doesn't back down. He doesn't give an inch. So good on him.
I happen to think, even when he's being super stubborn and not giving an inch, his brain inside is still doing a double take and taking in the doubt and the information. He just doesn't express any doubt. He overexpresses the stubbornness as a defense mechanism against him thinking.
Do you think it's hopeful, or do you have reason?
Yeah, I'm hopeful that he's learning, even though he sounds like he isn't.
Do you think it's possible he could have been a Jack Russell Terrier in a prior life?
Flat Earth is his way to talk the pride of his manlyhood. That's his only way to express it.
I find it impressive how he does all his flat Earth stuff in the classroom.
Yeah, I'm amazed that he doesn't have kids going home going, what did you learn today? Oh, we learned about
I know he
people
has.
Oh, he
sorry.
does actually.
Well,
Some
he's
people have
lost
stopped
students.
going
He
to
has
him because of that. He's lost clients.
Oh,
But he still does it anyway.
because I'd asked. I was like, don't you lose people? And I thought he'd said no.
Yeah,
No,
no.
he's lost about 80% of his class, he told me.
It's probably
again?
more than one. He's lost more than one client through flat smacking.
But at least he's getting paid flat smack.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
So does that make him a shill?
Ooh.
Not at all. I don't begrudge anyone making that at all.
If he knew he was doing it for the Freemason Discordia Society, then yeah, that would make him a shit. But I don't think he's aware.
Yeah, I think you'd have to be going, I'm getting paid specifically for the flat earth thing. I know you're just joking, Joss, but yeah, like if I stopped talking flat earth, I'd stop getting paid, not I'm doing this thing and I'm squeezing flat earth in on the side.
I put an argument, wasn't really on here, but it was in another room. I said, have you ever considered the possibility that the flat earth is actually a psyops tactic to make people more stupid?
Yeah.
See,
I definitely have.
I've peddled that one to people a lot of times, which is like, which would be an easier con to perpetrate? At the Council of Nicaea, putting the flat earth in the Bible when you clearly know it's not true, or tricking every airline pilot on earth? Like, which one is more probable? That a couple of dudes in a closed room decided to perpetrate a lie, or, everybody's wrong, every physicist's wrong?
Well, I think everything's a psyop, but I think the psyops point at the fact that everyone just believes the globe. So the reason to bring up the psyop and make people dumb, there's another reason to do that, not just to make people dumb and gullible, but also to highlight the fact that you're being told what's true, and you can change that if you want.
Yeah, and I do think there's something quite cool about that idea of like, yeah, how do you trust the things you're told? I just think that.
Well, you're taught to trust. You're taught to trust your parents. You're taught to trust your teachers. Like it starts at a very young age, and you don't question because you're going to these authorities that are supposed to be teaching you the truth, right? And you have faith in that, and you don't question it at all. You don't.
Yeah, maybe that's the difference in like, it could be also you, like you were saying, you had quite a Catholic schooling. Because at my school, it was like rewarded. We were strongly told like, you need to debate, you need to weigh sources, you need to challenge things. And I remember certainly from middle school, but I'm pretty sure from middle school, but definitely in senior school, if you just repeated what the history teacher told you, you would get fairly low marks. If you contradicted the history teacher but supported it well with sources and reasoning and stuff like that, you were rewarded for that. But it wouldn't surprise me if this is somewhat a function of what kind of school and what era of school you went to.
Possibly writing, like I said, but at the end of the day, it still doesn't change the fact that you are in a atmosphere of trust, right? When you're going to school, when you're surrounded by your parents and your peers and all that sort of things.
I agree. We are taught to trust, and that's part of the problem. But I don't think it's just that we're taught. I think it's a natural need to trust something.
Yeah, well, you don't want to you don't want to distrust your parents. You don't want to distrust your friends or anything like that, do you? At all?
Yeah, it reduces
you end up alone.
load. Yeah, if you question everything, you've got no friends, nobody you really believe. Like the cognitive load is too high. Whereas if like the example I use is like, I don't know the radius of my tires. If I go to the tire shop and say, give me some 32 inches to put on my truck, and he says, I gave you some 32 inches, I've got to just to get through. But also, as you say, to have friends and have social stuff.
I
What
do
have we got
think,
here?
a
Sorry.
lot of conspiracies are brought up to sow doubt. So I think it could be both. It's a psyop to see who will fall for what, but also bring up the question again, kind of thing.
Oh, and yeah, I don't hold to the psyop view too much, but I do like thinking about it, and I would throw them up, but I would do the opposite of that. I would throw them in exactly the wrong direction, like, or throw them into the pool with the people who, like, let's say, I used to think this a lot about 9/11. Throw in really dumb theories to muddy the waters with the correct ones, or throw in the 9/11 thing so that they just don't look at the war in Iraq. They just can focus so much on 9/11 and the war in Afghanistan that you never really focus on the much more obvious, clear hoax of the weapons of mass destruction.
What weapons of mass?
It's just an evil psyop.
The absence of
exactly right. Exactly right.
So who do you imagine doing this, Harry, if it was true? Which people are in the basement deciding to psyop flat Earth, and when?
I could imagine small groups of people in an incumbent party doing it. And I could imagine like people within the intelligence infrastructure. So particularly people who like already peddle in secrets and lies, like intelligence communities who would like, they'll write fake newspaper articles and make fake stories and like they're already in that business, and they go, why are we just doing this abroad? Like, why do we just do this to destabilize Iran's leadership? Why wouldn't we also do it at home? And I also could easily see it coming from abroad. So rather than powers within doing it, I wouldn't be surprised if it came out in a few years that Russia, I think it's already suggested, isn't it? That Russia peddles a lot of these things just because it causes like dissension and dissatisfaction and people like, and they sort of tune out and they go, fuck it, why would I bother doing
What
anything?
dissension do we cause in places like Russia and China ourselves? I'm sure we are doing exactly the same things we're accusing Russia and China of. We're doing exactly the same things and probably have been doing it for longer, in actual fact.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they learned it from us.
If
they're like, we had to get back at you. We kept catching you doing it all the time. When we eventually grabbed this news reporter and we interrogated them for a few hours, they said, look, here's the thing. A guy in a suit turned up one day. He offered me $500,000 if I start writing these articles. And, I kept doing it for 10 years. And they go, fuck, they've been here forever.
Do you think it's similar, Harry, to, let's say, the Masons deciding to start Mormonism to muddy the waters of Christianity in the modern world? Is it a similar kind of idea to that?
I haven't heard the Masons started Mormonism, but
imagine if they did. Like, so you change a religion and make it seem silly, like, or the CIA doing Jonestown kind of thing to muddy the waters with communes and Jesus. Right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I agree with that the CIA did Jonestown, but like certainly I could believe, people get in there to muddy the waters to make things chaotic and murky, so it's really difficult to discern fact from fiction. And so then because one of the an interesting element of this was when I started learning about hypnosis, and then a lot of analysis you can do on like how similar hypnosis is to these kind of things. And one of the key elements of hypnosis is create a state of confusion and then offer real clarity. And I think that could be quite similar. So like, one is a handshake interrupt. You confuse somebody you can watch Darren Brown do this. Actually, it's super cool. You go to shake someone's hand and then you grab their hand with the wrong hand. So you intercept a right-handed handshake with your left hand and pull it out of the way. And people's minds it's fucking crazy. Their minds just go blank. And then if in that space you go, and one of the Darren Brown ones, he just goes to this guy straight up, give me a wallet and a watch. The guy just fucking does it. So I could believe that being the case,
I think what I'm trying to do is, your theory of CIA, weird people and politicians making up a theory so people fall for it and be part of culture to mess culture up. I'm thinking if you trace that back, it would have happened with cults and before that, even religions. in the same
Could
way.
be,
That's
yeah.
all I was saying.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, I wouldn't. I'm not saying it's not the case. I'm just sort of offering my opinion on the sort of probability I ascribe to it. But yeah, I easily think it could happen.
I think one of my favourite things I ever saw Darren Brown do, and it was brilliant. Basically, he got these two advertising people who were supposed to come to this meeting and come up with an idea for this sort of logo and advert for the zoo. And all along the route, he just like planted these kind of like, little sort of bits. He went and he'd already drawn out what he thought the logo and was going to look like. And it was almost identical. And then he ran them through their journey to the office and all the things before they got into the meeting room to say where these ideas were implanted. And that was really fascinating.
Yeah, you're on the way to a meeting. You see a word 3 or 4 times subconsciously. By the time you're at the meeting, that's your idea now.
But the mind's a funny old thing.
Yeah. Can't live with it.
How much
Can't live
of
without it.
history? How much of history do you think is true, Dross?
I think that's a very difficult question to answer. I think the broad strokes, yeah, we're relatively okay. The further you go back in time, and there are certain periods and certain areas where it's very difficult to assess it. But really, what do you have? You've got the written record, and then you've got the archaeological evidence that may support it.
I think about 50-50, Mel. 50% true, 50% lies. That combined equals confusion.
Yeah,
but then we have things like people's diaries, and and you can say, well, do we just take that purely at face value? But it's when you've got someone's diary, you then know that they were in these areas because other people have talked about them, and then you find archaeological evidence that they've actually been there and done stuff. So that there was a famous king called Cambyses, and he lost his army, and everyone thought it was just this story until we actually found it, and it was kind of on the route march that these guys would have gone. We find thousands of people that have died of basically dehydration and thirst.
How far can you go back in history with the records that you can take as absolute fact of what has happened?
Well, there's no such thing as absolute fact.
Well,
it's never absolute fact.
There we go. So what part of history is true? And what part of history is just made up by the winners?
Well, again,
none of it's fully true.
That's a subjective question because you're now talking about another form of absolutism, and it's always about interpretation. So you can have different people who read the same stuff and come up with different ideas on it.
Mm-hmm.
So one of my favourite examples is John Mortimer Wheeler, who was the guy that first excavated in the Indus Valley. And sort of, defined a lot of the major sites like Harappa and Mohenjo-daro and a few others. And his view on what happened there was very different to more modern interpretations because we found more stuff. But is that the truth? No. Does it look like it could be an approximation of it? Potentially, yeah. But it's always open to interpretation because, let's face it, if you want to go back to the absolutes, we weren't there, we didn't see it, and even if we did, would we recall it correctly and be able to articulate it efficiently?
Yeah, but see, are these things taught as truths to us, or are they taught as interpretations? And I would put it to you that these things are taught as truths, not interpretations.
No, I totally disagree with that.
Okay, then. And
in my schooling, again, I'll kind of repeat a little bit what Riley said. Even in my primary school, one of the things that we were taught was this concept of critical thinking. I went to a bit of a weird primary school, to be fair. And we were taught about the classics, and we were talking about Greek mythology and some of the history that we have and some of the stories. And one of the favourite stories that this was the headmistress of the school, Miss Pagan. Was the Battle of Thermopylae and the Battle of Marathon. Those were the two stories she used to love talking about. because we talk about the 300 Spartans, but they always forget to mention all the other soldiers that were there. There were about 4,000 people at the Battle of Thermopylae, as we understand it, out of which 300 was supposed to be Leonidas and his personal guard.
So how do we know there were 4,000 there? 20,000 or 150?
Well, again, that's the reports we have, but we also know one of the things that's always done. It's a bit like when you ask a fisherman, "Oh, how big was that fish?"
There you go.
So it's always a pinch of salt. What we can say, there was definitely a battle there. It was definitely between the Greeks and the Persians, because we found archaeological evidence and dead people.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing there's archaeological evidence at all, Truss. I'm just arguing the story that's attached to these findings. That's all.
But I thought some of the confidence they had in that battle that they made the movie about 300 was that even the Persians seemed, well, there's evidence as well of like what the Persians were doing. They were like marching westward, wasn't it? Onward. Then they get to this one choke point where there is this story, and then that's it. They're fucked. They have to turn around and go back. And even their own accounts have a different, I think, explanation for it. I'm not sure, but they admit that they lost this battle.
Yeah.
So if you got somebody who's like would have good reason to want to say that he won or that whatever else.
They didn't actually lose. They won the battle and they kept going, but then you had a second battle, which happened a few months later. And that's where they were kind of pushed back. But you also had the fact that they lost their support chain. So that's what the Battle of Salamis was about, which was a naval battle.
I got that wrong then.
So, you had the naval battle, and part of it was, it was almost like, the bit like the Mongols trying to invade Japan. The weather kind of turned rather badly against the Persian fleet. And the Greeks managed to hold off the Persian fleet, disrupt the supply line. So that slowed everything down. And it gave the Greek city-states the time to sort of gather together and say, hey, let's stop killing each other's dudes. Let's actually fight together. Because there was this huge conflict between the different leagues or different sort of alliances in Greece. So, you had the Boeotian League, the Laconican League, you had the Iotans, you had the sort of like the guys a bit further north. Oh, I can never remember their name. But yeah. So there's lots going on there, and lots of political. There was no unification, and that's one of the things that Alexander's father did. Is he kind of unified Greece under a sort of single rulership, which was the Macedonians. Philippos II.
So this Battle of the 300 that the famous movie was made of, and you're suggesting, Truss, that there was possibly 4,000 or 5,000 people involved in that. Is this just through writings, or is this through archaeological diggings where they've found, mass graves with thousands of people buried in them and stuff like that?
It's mainly from the writings, and also that we found dead people at the battle site that sort of fit the period.
So when you say dead people, like a few dead people, they haven't dug up graves with thousands of people in them, for argument's sake.
No, but you've also got to remember, out of everybody that sort of like gets dropped on a battlefield, if you find 5 or 10% of them, you're doing more than well.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit like people say, why aren't there fossils everywhere? Well, because probably about 0.1%, and that's probably being very generous, of creatures that die fossilized. In fact, species that die fossilized. If we have 1% to 0.1% of all the species that represent, the diversity of life on Earth. I
was just trying to establish where this information comes from. Is it more from ancient writings that have been interpreted, or from actual investigation? But it sounds like it's more through writings and interpretations of those writings that they've found.
A bit of both. It's both. Yeah. So we've got examples where people seem to be conflating the numbers quite drastically.
Yeah.
So Darius was supposed to be marching with 1 million men, and maybe it was more like 200,000 or 300,000. Even so, a fucking load of people.
Imagine the supply chain that you'd have to have in place just to supply 200,000 or 300,000 men. It's absolutely extraordinary just to think of the logistics to get such an army from point A to point B. It's mind-boggling, really.
I thought Druss is going to correct me on this, so I'm going to jump in before he says the true answer. But my thought was they just fucking took it from wherever they were. So they didn't bring their food and have it brought in chains. They would just go out hunting. If they came across your land and you had goats, they'd just slaughter the goats and eat them. And I also thought that they had like basically a traveling town with them where you would have like a tinker or whatever you call them, like a guy who makes shoes and another guy who does this. And like they weren't all warriors. They would just sort of turn up and then skin those animals. I'll turn them into shoes and and then just take it from the landscape nearby.
So a good analogy is to look at a Roman legion. So a Roman legion is comprised of X number of people that actually go and stabby, and then you'll have all the sort of logistical people that go around that. So your quartermasters, your armourers, your doctors, etc. Which again that's counted as part of the army, and all armies operate like this. So there's a certain amount of foraging living off the land that you can do, but if you don't have that supply chain, then you are absolutely fucked. Because it's easy to go and slaughter a couple of goats and maybe feed 15, 20, 25 people, but you think of the number of goats you would need to feed 250,000.
It's extraordinary, really, when you think about how they went about it.
And if you look at the some of the campaigns of Alexander the Great, which again is a great example of good supply chain management, there was a fair amount of living off the land, but any time that he could, he would always use the river systems or the sea to have ships supporting him on his supply chain. And that's one of the reasons why he was so emphatic about capturing cities, because they were a great food resource.
Yeah.
So, that was a big bang for buck, if you like. I go and capture a city, I can now eat all its food, and especially if I can do it quickly. That's why he didn't like long sieges. So if you look at Nebuchadnezzar II and the siege of Tyre, he spent 12 years sieging that city until he kind of came to an agreement with the king of Tyre, and they sort of came to a truce.
Yeah.
But so it's kind of.
Who was the Mongolian? What was the name of the Mongolian leader? Genghis Khan. Now, wasn't he defeated in the end because his supply chain was cut off?
No, he died by falling off a horse, is how the story goes.
Yeah, but I thought
he was quite old at the time, but then you've got his sons, which were Ogagai and the other one. So there were three sons.
Not Kublai. Great grandson.
The grandson.
I remember seeing, might have been a doco or something. One of his last great battles, he was trying to overthrow some city that he couldn't penetrate, and they ended up cutting off his supply chain and defeating him.
Oh, that's interesting because I'd always imagined Genghis as like just raiders, because like my understanding was that Romans and Phoenicians and stuff would turn up, conquer a city, and then like stay there and extract taxes and like turn it into a part of their engine. Whereas my understanding of my lack of understanding, but what little I understand of the Mongols was they would turn up and just sack your shit and then go away again. They wouldn't really stick around to implement laws and tax and stuff like that.
They kind of did do that. I mean, that's why they had such an empire. That's why they built Coasma and some of the other sort of cities. I mean, it was kind of a weird sort of change from a nomadic lifestyle to a sedentary one. That was one of the things that was so clever about Genghis Khan. I mean, I don't think he ever lost a major battle. I know his son Kublai did. His grandson Kublai did.
That might be the one.
But the thing that I found really, really interesting with that was the invasion of Arabia.
Right.
And what they did there. And that was all based off the, hey, you're not treating us with respect. And they basically went and sacked that entire area, including getting rid of the Hashirim, which were the the famous assassins that smoke weed.
Yeah.
And the reason that they did that is because 5 Mongolian emissaries were killed. That's why he did it.
Right.
Because they broke the law of hospitality. They also had another weird rule, which is you're not allowed to spill the blood of royalty.
Okay.
And that's why they would crush them to death or boil them.
That's funny. Boil them.
There's a famous story where basically they put all the royal family underneath a platform, which they went, then a few hundred people went and sat on and had dinner.
Oh my God.
What's she dropping now? God.
Super factual information. All right. I'm going to go off to bed, guys. Lovely chatting.
All right,
yeah, I should go and do some work because, actually, I've got a meeting to go to. I'll catch you guys later.
All right. Good chatting, guys.
There's.
I'd head off too. All right, Dawn. I'll catch you later, mate. I'm going to head off too.
All right.
What's going on your side?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm pretty bored.
Yeah. I'm making this. I am actually doing it now. The clone vid.
All right.
Yeah. I want to try to do it like black and white kind of detective, kind of noir science fiction kind of thing. And then just have explosions of color here and there.
I asked my mate about the clones last night, and he said I was being crazy.
Did he?
Yeah. I said I don't believe all of it, but I think it points at this, and this is what people are saying. It's like, nah, it's too far.
Too far.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird because even, like when we were looking at Raelian, that's one of their claims.
I know.
I
told him that.
You know what I'm saying?
They claimed it's possible, and now they've claimed to have one.
Yeah. And I swear I remember seeing that back in the day, like on 60 Minutes.
Maybe, yeah.
So it's sort of it goes under the radar, that one.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. And I saw such a kerfuffle over Dallas Dave, that kind of. And I've heard him tell some stories over the years, but I could sort of hear it in his voice, like not a desperation, but it was like, like the crazy guy on the bus that he's actually saying something.
Someone believe me, someone.
Yeah. And everyone's like just shutting down.
My mate also said the Black Plague isn't a bioweaponized psyop, it was the natural. I said, no, I can't. I'm not down with that. He said I'm projecting the pandemic back onto the plague. I said I could be. I think I'm right.
Yeah. Because you gotta wonder if there was a plague. What do they mean by the plague?
Right.
What really fucking happened there, It took out a lot of people.
Yeah. Well, he heard me out, and I think he enjoyed hearing it, even if he doesn't agree.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. I mean, that was why I was asking Dross the question too, because I'm taking it all with a sort of grain of salt now, not taking everything so literally.
Have you got any idea how much of history is true then?
I think there's definite parts, like sequences of events and art they've found and diaries and
20%, 25%.
Yeah, I'd even say 50.
Yeah, right. But that's a lot of made up history. If we're talking 50%.
I think there's been a lot of patching, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. You got a basic outline, but it just not saying it's not. I don't know. Even the way it goes through the ages, Middle Ages, Dark Ages, Bronze Age, Iron Age, all that. I really question that stuff for some reason.
Yeah. Weird categories.
It seems to take us a really long time to get up and running.
Yeah. Well, how long do you think? I think history says like 10,000 BC we started talking, finding fire and stuff.
Well, this is the thing from some of that Tartaria mud flood kind of perspective. That like a lot of the American pioneers, they're like farmers and people like that, right? For the most part, they're on their farms, and then just all of a sudden, everything just transitions into full industry really quickly. But for thousands of years, almost, we were just like farming people, and then almost like in the span of a century, everything just that just seems suspicious.
Industrial revolution to war machines and technology.
And really quickly, farming people to living in skyscrapers.
Yeah, that's suspicious and a mystery to me. I don't think of it as exponential, so we slowly get better, but it's a curve that's getting sharper and sharper as we go into the future. So eventually we're just going straight up into the future. New thing every minute, every second.
Yeah. So much creativity.
I've been playing this old war game, so we've been listening to the lore, because the lore for this Warhammer is war in the 41st millennium. So it's like Star Wars, but it's basically the Roman Empire are the humanity of man across the galaxy trying to survive. They're trying to survive against everything else that isn't human. So they call it chaos, all the satanic, all the different races. Even if they're half good races, they're still part of Xenos and not human. The Roman Catholic Empire, Space Marines, they can't make new technology. They're falling apart. And the law is just so amazing how it relates to our reality. It makes me think about the future, and maybe we're heading towards huge war machines, like walking across the earth, fighting each other with massive weapons. Or maybe that's happening already on another planet. I don't know. Maybe there's motherships, motherships, star systems, motherships, all of
that. What I'm say like with Lovers One, that almost being like a frequency, love, whereas some beings, they like chaos or war.
Yeah.
So, and that's a different frequency. I think the future, to me, it almost seems like it's splitting off, like into different sort of sections. Because
see that.
I don't think everybody would want a future like that of like robot war, drones and clones and half human, half machine. It just seems bizarre. Like it's like Terminator.
Yeah, I'm just saying, thinking about the exponential curve up from discovering fire and saying ooga booga, to a new invention every single second, or multiple inventions every second. It could lead to Terminator or Warhammer or Star Wars or any of these fucked up futures.
Mm-hmm.
It might not, but it could.
Well, no, it's a good point, because one of the first conversations I had about this was I was trying to figure out almost like the first people and what they were like, and Thingo said like it's eternal, and so what that got me thinking, just a bigger perspective, because I don't see war as natural.
Yeah, I struggle with this. I'm not sure if it is or not.
I mean, say like with the animals, like some kill each other and they fight, but it's not sort of like how often do they go full on all out war with each other?
No, they have tiny groups against groups and steal territory, but it's not an intentional, like, emotional war, is it, for them? It's not a war.
No. And one taking over and being the most dominant, and even the lion,
That happens through a natural process, doesn't it? Slowly.
Yeah.
Not just ego doing it.
You just wonder if a crocodile or something got to know you, and it was like a baby and it was always around you, like, and you were swimming next to it, like, would it just eat you anyway?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's
you know what I mean?
I think that's different to war.
Mm.
That's just animal nature. Something a bit different topic. I challenged my mate also and said sometimes we have to choose one or the other. So people say this thing, don't they? If I put a gun to your head and you don't know where you live, you have to tell me if you think it's flat or curved. Otherwise, you'll die not knowing where you live. So choose one. Right. So, and then I said I'd made the challenge up for him as if it's Lucifer or Jesus. And you have to choose one. And let's say reality and the revolution got to a point where I say, come on, it's time, you've got to choose. And he said, no, you'd never make me choose. And then I said, well, what if God zapped you with a dream that it's time to choose? He comes to the idea that I was jokingly choosing Lucifer because it suits me, and he would actually choose for me and make me choose Jesus. Anyway. So he'd use his alpha nature to make me choose the one I didn't want to choose. He'd pull me towards his idea of light as a last-ditch attempt. Kind of.
It's funny, because Hitch and Hyena, both in different ways, told me once that they kind of called out to something, like they needed help in a way. And they called out, and that's how they came in contact with JC.
Yeah. Before this, my mate also said he would never choose, even if God told him. Then I sort of forced it. That's when he said he would make the call and pull me towards whatever he chose, which is obviously Jesus.
Could JC be Lucifer as
I
well?
told him that, and he said no. Even though they're both referred to as the morning star, they're two different sons, like sons of God. One's a fallen angel, and the other one's like two heroes, anti-hero and hero.
Yeah.
Because in our game that we play, the bad guy, the Primarch that was a space marine, big, strong human, holy man, he turned to chaos. And he's called Horus. He became the chaos, and everyone then turns and follows him instead of the emperor. So that's what brought out the question: the idea of the duality, and if you're forced into duality, what would you choose based on just your ideas and feelings?
Right.
So like,
yeah.
I don't know. You could relate it to cloning somehow.
Well, I remember early on, I was coming at Flat Earth in a more loving way, I guess. And Del sort of said to me, don't be afraid to show your teeth though if you have to. And he said, you know, that anger or different things that come up, that's a natural reaction, so don't bottle it, like let it flow kind of thing. And that was interesting because a few times, like out there on the internet, I put that to the test. Like it was like becoming an animal. You have to fight your position sometimes.
Beast mode.
Yeah. Because if you come in too soft, like people just gang pile on and with volume even shut you down, you know, it just happens. But I still kind of think that in my heart of hearts, I don't really want to fight. I don't. Like, that's not the ultimate quest. The ultimate, to me, enlightenment you'd get to.
So would you choose flat if I had a gun to your head over globe, even if it's just 51% over 49?
Essential or necessary, like in all situations. Yeah.
Sorry, you cut out. Sorry. You cut out again.
Doesn't have a definitive model anyway, but
You're cutting out, so I'm not hearing it.
okay.
I heard essential and model. Something about that.
Mm-hmm. Even the flat earthers don't know the entirety of the situation.
I just heard that last sentence then.
Yeah. But I genuinely think that.
I don't know what you said because you cut out.
Okay. I'll rejoin. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, I think it's inconclusive because as far as I'm concerned, the flat earthers don't know the entirety of this. You know, they might know that.
I didn't know your answer to my question. So it's got you have to choose before you die, or else you'll die not knowing where you live. Me thinking you don't know where you live. So you have to go with your gut feeling which one you think's true at this point, while the gun's to your head.
Yeah. Well, I don't believe in either of them.
Shit,
I'm
you
not
can't
being
choose. Yeah, even if you had to, you can't choose.
No.
Shit, so you just die not knowing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I guess.
Like Jibby Jedi,
Well, what
Des.
about God? If I forced you into saying, do you believe in God or not? Before you die, would you say yes or no?
I'd say yes.
Yeah.
But even though I don't really know what God is.
Yeah, you'd bank on it, you'd risk.
Well,
Believe in
yeah.
something.
Yeah, I do. I think there's something that knows.
Obviously, that's a more important question than the shape of the Earth. The shape of the Earth is just a silly version of that question.
I think for the Earth to exist in the first place, and us, something knows what it's doing.
Yeah, me too.
You know? And it works. I mean, you've got to take your hat off to that. But what that could be, that's what I think's most fascinating. Like, no one can answer that question. That's awesome.
Another weird theory's just come up. Me thinking about the law of Warhammer 40,000.
Yeah.
So it's the 41st millennium. Instead of 2022, it's 41,000 years in the future. And the Emperor, the Imperium of Man, can't make new technology. For some reason, they're totally stuck. They can't make new things. But they discover old war machines, technology, and bring it back. So maybe we're like that. Now, we can't make new things. We're just discovering old things, secretly.
Well, that's what Dallas David's saying.
Yeah. That links into Lemuria and mud floods and everything, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, like apparently they reverse engineered a lot of stuff, but kept a lot of stuff secret as well.
That's what the Space Marines do. They'll call it the brand new Land Raider Destroyer. It's actually just a Land Raider pattern with another gun they found, and they've machined it together.
Mm-hmm.
I agree, and we could be stuck, yep. It's almost like a pseudo progression.
Mm-hmm.
People are discovering old things. I don't know. I think it's partly true. I do.
And the possibility that there wasn't really a primitive man. You know, like that.
I'm starting to believe that.
Yeah, like potentially it was always intelligence. You know, even more elaborate than.
Well, I think what I believe is primitive man is the beginning of the creation of man from another intelligent being. Also, actually, no, primitive man is a devolution. I think we were intelligent before we were primitive as well, yeah. So we devolved and evolved and devolved and evolved a bit after we were created.
It seems like information is the thing. Because if humans had the information, you know, I think personally, if we had the true information, we'd actually go through some kind of DNA sequence upgrade, like it would do something to us.
Yeah. Yeah, like a big, huge DNA change. There is an argument that all this information sharing that we're doing now is helping to change our DNA.
Yeah.
So we're pulling ourselves into fourth density by talking and sharing information.
Sharing information and mining, looking for the true information.
Yeah. And looking at any information that comes up to see
if
there's
it's just
any
info,
truth.
mate. Like Faith said, she just streams. She doesn't even know what she's saying. It's just, but it doesn't matter. It's just information.
Yeah.
Like that'll always stand out to me now, because I started to I was like, wow, everyone is like a radio show streaming their signal.
Yeah.
You know. And I think when certain minds get together too, it seems to link into another mainframe. I've had that experience too.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
the combination of
yeah,
two minds.
I reckon that
links me back to more lore of Warhammer. So anyway, some of the big war machines are piloted by a man that's been stitched in there and become the war machine, but he's inside, his human body's inside.
Yeah.
But because he might turn to the warp and go crazy because he's stitched into a war machine, he has to have two mentors sitting next to him, like on the left shoulder and the right shoulder, to keep him sane. It's a great concept. Moderati, they're called. So each Titan has two Moderati to keep the human part of it in check.
Yeah.
And you see them training for this, two Moderati and the guy that's going to be stitched in. And they look like a religious order, the illustrations of it.
I went into it like in one of those visions, like went into a chamber with 3 stone kind of giants, and they were sitting in a chamber, and like I got scared and started yelling at them, like, "Who are you and why am I here?" I was saying, but yelling it. And it changed, but I always regret that in a way, because I think potentially if I didn't get scared, I could have talked to them.
This is in a dream or hallucination?
Yeah, but some of those hallucinations, it's more like a vision, or like you actually.
Yeah.
It's hard to differentiate. It's not just like you're seeing things. It's actually like you're going somewhere.
Checking you weren't wide awake.
Yeah, awake, but in another dimension.
Yeah.
That's what people aren't talking about with that experience, like even the Joe Rogan.
And they wouldn't tell you who they were or why or what they were doing.
Well, sometimes it can be like that, like you're going along and then you'll actually transport somewhere and there'll be entities. You know what I mean? And it's like there's actually something there. Sure. And then you're like, depending on what it is or how you respond, that seems to affect the outcome somehow. Because I genuinely was like, oh, fuck. But you see what I mean? Like, they could have.
Oh, shit, you cut out again.
Didn't. Scared doesn't. They were going to hurt me. If there are other beings. You know what I mean?
You cut out a bit. I'm guessing you said they didn't tell you much. They looked a bit scary, but they weren't going to hurt you.
Yeah.
Something like
that. They might have wanted to hurt me, but I got scared.
Okay, yeah. It's not knowing, though. Not knowing is scary, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, there could be. They might not be. That's what I'm getting at. These are the beings or higher intelligence. We didn't get told about that stuff.
I think they are the priest class, the observers, the others, the creators, the watchers, men in cloaks. You could call them lots of different names.
And it comes into your awareness. You could just as easily not be aware of any of that. But when you are, it's like then potentially you can make, I guess, contact or something.
Yep. This 3-hour documentary that I've got, slowly recording it before I cancel the Shudder subscription. But it's really good. The main topic is that the fear of the past and the fear of folk. So, fear of the ancestors, the land, or your past actions coming back to haunt you. And it's just 3 hours of clips of folk horror. It's amazing. A few good clips like quotes. You might be scared that you live on an Indian burial ground, but it's all an Indian burial ground.
Wow.
And your idea of Indians is just a label for loads of different types of people. So you don't even know what you live on.
Yeah.
Same way, you don't know the spirits and the dead that's in the ground, and the blood, and the words. And I had another great quote from the Wicker Man film. Someone saying, "It is time you kept your appointment with the Wicker Man."
What does that mean?
Mean you've avoided your pagan past, and now it's time to see it again.
Have you guys ever been to like one of those things, like a Burning Man or something like that?
Yeah, sort of. I walked on fire once with a cult sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But that was interesting because we did it in our imaginations first, and when we crossed the fire, they put on that song like "Celebrate." It was weird, but when it actually,
good time.
yeah, and everybody started dancing. And then when it actually came to walking across, some people were in a meditation, but some people got scared and they stopped like halfway along the coals.
Oh, no.
And like things like that.
Ouchie.
And some people just ran across.
Yeah, that's a quick way. Get that over and done with. Just run.
Yeah.
I've been to old school bonfires that we used to have on the heath. It's just loads of middle class and lower class English people all burning guys on a huge illegal, half legal bonfire. And then they got closed down eventually.
Sounds like a Burning Man. Like you guys were burning effigies or something, right?
Yeah, Guy Fawkes effigies, but that is the same as a Burning Man. Yeah, same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I went to one in England too. It was in a park, and we're like families just all staring into the fire.
Yeah, it's great.
It was powerful. It is great. It's got a vibe.
Apparently, Prometheus stole fire from the gods and gave it to man.
What was Prometheus though? He wasn't a man.
I don't. Maybe an angel. Can't remember actually.
Wasn't he a god?
Maybe it was a god and he stole it from the gods. Gave it to man.
Yeah, like Prometheus was a god that made man, right? What I remember is he created man, and then he shared all of this knowledge with man, and that angered the other gods. It's kind of like how Satan gave Adam and Eve wisdom.
Yes, yeah, it is from Greek.
Yeah.
So one of the Titans, supreme trickster, and the god of fire. So I think that it's Satan giving man technology, basically, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, have you guys ever read the books of the Bible that are not canon, like the books that are not part of the Bible?
No, I had a look at some. People have tried to show me Thomas.
Okay, well, you should read the Book of Adam. That's pretty interesting. That is a very interesting book because it details basically what happened to Adam and Eve after they got kicked out of the Garden of Eden, and the book kind of insinuates what Satan taught Adam and Eve was pleasures of the flesh. Because if you look at what happened, they were naked. After Satan knew Eve, and then Eve knew Adam, they both knew that they were naked and started to cover themselves up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And the punishment God gave Eve was that she would have pain during childbirth. So I think before that, Eve could not get pregnant, you know? And now God gave her this punishment where every time you guys have sex, you're going to get pregnant.
Yeah. The double-edged sword of sex, recreation, desire.
Yeah. And then when you go further into the book of Adam, after Adam and Eve have left the Garden of Eden, they now live on some sort of mountain, right? Because I think what drove them to the mountain was wild animals, and they started living at the top of the mountain. They had all the kids there, they were living there. And then they came to realize that there's a group of other people living at the bottom of the mountain. And those people, they knew music, technology, and fine arts. And God told Adam and Eve not to mingle with those people. I don't know where those people came from, but they just appeared. And then one of Adam's sons.
He told them to stay pure and not mix with modern kind of thing.
Exactly, yeah. And then one of Adam's sons went to those people. I think it was the one that killed the brother. Cain? Cain killed Abel. Yeah, Cain went. Yeah. Cain went down and joined those people. So I don't know.
Yeah, lots of slightly Gnostic add-on stories. I like all that.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
I like the idea that the apple is both good and bad. So the rise of man is the fall of man at the same time. It kind of helps me reconcile how the progression.
Yeah, I guess the technological and intellectual rise of man leads to the moral fall of man.
Yes, that's it, yeah.
Yeah. But I wonder what would have happened if they ate from the tree of life. Because I think they only ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Eternal,
from the tree of life.
Eternal,
they would be like God.
Boring heavenness.
Yeah.
Everything's so good. There's no bad, so you can't understand the good. So you're just trapped in fluff.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's as far as I go into all of that stuff, you know. Like, y'all go way deep. Oh my God.
Is there any Muslim fire ritual? I was going to ask that before. Something like
a Muslim fire ritual? There might be, not that I know of. I don't really follow Sufism and whatnot. Like, I don't really follow the mystics, you know. It's really frowned upon.
You have candles and stuff, don't you?
Do I have candles?
Yeah, do Muslims have candles?
What do you mean? Like a menorah or something?
You light a candle and find it special and holy and beautiful, like other spiritual people.
No.
No?
I mean, people do like candles sometimes, but it's not like you know how the Jews have like menorahs and whatnot. Like it's not really like that. Yeah. I've seen some ladies like candles with like inscriptions on them, but it's just women being women.
Quite spreads. That's quite across all religions with candles. I mean, I don't know if Scientologists light a candle. It's from Satanists all the way to full Christians, isn't it? That everyone's Catholics. They're all into candles.
Yeah, I guess candles is a representation of light during that time, you know?
Yeah.
Controlled light. Yeah, it's either candles or fire on a stick. I mean, they had no electricity and whatnot, so I think the only thing they could use to represent light would be a candle.
Do you think, Nate, there's any chance of clones being real?
Yeah, I think clones are real. I mean, it's a known fact that, especially with animals, definitely they clone animals. In terms of clone humans, I think humans have been cloned. I don't know if there's been a complete clone made, but I know that they do clone organs and body parts. You know, I don't know if I would call that cloning, but you know, there's that thing they do with tissue matter, like in vaccines and stuff. I know it came from two aborted clone fetuses or something from the 70s. Yeah. I don't know, I don't believe that there are clones roaming around in society. That I don't believe.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So Biden is a normal
don't believe
human, normal human man.
Born of the mother and the father, I believe that, yes. Yeah, I don't believe that they're actually clones walking around. What I do believe is that they do they do create fake people, you know? With all of this deep state tech, I do believe that they fabricate individuals that don't actually exist.
Have you seen? Oh, sorry. Have you seen Eminem and Dave Chappelle? There's sort of a point where they start to look different. Like it's almost like it's, yeah.
Yeah, I know definitely with Eminem, his appearance has definitely changed, but I mean, he's just grown. Like you can still see it's the same guy, but now his hair is black. He doesn't peroxide it anymore.
Yeah.
You can still see that's Eminem. With Dave Chappelle, yeah, he definitely changed. He gained weight, got fat, you know. But it's Dave Chappelle. I mean, you can tell it's still the same person.
Seems like a different guy. Especially with him.
I think, Merle, if you looked at yourself 20 years ago,
yeah,
you would think, yeah, I mean, you would look a bit different, you know, 20 Merle 20 years ago. I mean, come on.
What if some of the rich and
Hello? Hello? Yeah, what happened to Merle?
I think he's sharing an internet connection, so it keeps coming out.
Okay. Hmm. You back, Merle? Anyhow. Merle, you muted, bro.
Yeah, my mobile kept fucking up.
Okay. What were you saying, bro?
Hang on, I got to turn you up.
Okay.
Yeah. Because my phone fucked up, that I kind of got distracted as well. I don't know what I was talking about.
Eminem and Dave Chappelle, Rich Hollywood. You on to something? Rich Hollywood people.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, like, so from little kids, they could have known that they were part of a clone program, and like people like, say, David Bowie, a lot of the famous people, potentially could have been, say, like, if you look at JFK, so there's the president. There were a lot of assassinations, like his brother, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, all these big politicians kind of got taken out. And so if you had a clone, you could put the clone in to do press conferences and stuff like that, and the real you could be safe, so you don't get whacked. And I know that sounds crazy, but
yeah,
I just think some of the people in charge, they seem like they're all potentially, I don't know, I don't know how far out of a thought that is, but
I just don't see how they would get away with that, you know? If powerful forces wanted these people killed, I don't know how these people would get access to clone technology without these powerful forces knowing about it. Like, how would someone like Malcolm X get access to clones? He was assassinated.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like so many of those kinds of things could occur, right? Protect the king. And the thought I was having like years ago was, if there, because people were talking about extra land and other, like an infinite plane or something, and I was thinking, why don't the powerful people like the Queen or whoever's really rich, why don't they leave? You know, why would you stay on Earth if there were all these beautiful places? Wouldn't you? So there's
I don't know, Merle, you're breaking up, man. I don't know if it's just me.
You know, really.
Go on, could you hear him properly?
Oh, everybody left. I guess they knew I was going to join.
A telephone home.